All right. So I am a 2.25. I'm a 2.3.
2.3.
And
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
cool. So yeah, so I'm a 2.3. I'm glad we're having this session. I'm a little concerned that no one seems to be here. We should have done responses, I guess. And again, for me, that just goes back to our schedule that I'm just removing Mamun and Luisa from the schedule. I mean, if they're not going to show up at the time they're scheduled for, then it's like, what do they do? They're not scheduled. They didn't show up again, right? So, here's I've been working on ACU, and we've been doing all the bills to get off the quarterly bills, and we also worked on the fortnight bills, notification. Yeah. And then I'm gonna go ahead and make a message to the team, let them know that we're starting. But yeah. Okay.
So I'm on 2.5, and yeah, excited for looking forward for this session to clarify and hear the side of Luisa also. And I've been working on getting to get off base stuff, half base stuff. Yeah, check. Okay, there's another session. There is you wanna review Jay the ano? Okay, let's go to the topic first. What was this? Seems that Luisa is confused.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay. So let's look at the topic and see what we can do.
Topics first.
I did not agree to hour 2. Informed I can do hour 3. Okay.
But they were scheduled for Hydra too. Anyway.
I know.
They requested you yesterday that Hydra to sponsorship.
Yeah, I mean, basically, she just doesn't care. She doesn't care that we scheduled. She says that I originally scheduled for sponsorship. I could give a shit about the team and the team's issues, and so I'm not showing up. That's what she's saying, and it's extremely upsetting.
Session, so kasi may what is he saying?
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Stretch. Any other topic, Jay, that you want to, aside from the contentious situation?
I don't know. We can review all the work that Alberto did.
Ah, yeah, okay. That's fine. Review.
All right, Alberto, do you want to check in?
Yeah. Hello, guys. Sorry I'm late. I am a 4.54, and yeah, we're working on the documentation for this session and the updating of the tracking hours. Jay, all our tracking hours are all systems go.
Cool. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Time to
I did my
Wow.
best. I did my best.
1 hour of
Close
blue
your
dot.
eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Yes, 1 hour star.
No one
Right, so I
understands.
was reviewing the work that you did, Alberto. Should we just go over it together? For the starting point?
Are we already?
Or you want to check in first?
I checked in already.
Okay, you checked in.
Yeah, I checked in. You didn't listen. Can you hear me, right, guys?
Yes, I heard you.
Yeah,
I took notes. I took note also.
Yeah, Jay was writing something. Let's
Yeah.
start. Let's get started. Yes, guys. Let's start with the document, of course. Absolutely, yes. Let me get the link. Thank you,
Also,
Joyce. So reorganizing is really good, Joyce. So
Which one?
reorganizing is really, really good. You understand?
I think You think so?
No, I mean, it's really good. It's really beautiful. It's like
The guidance of
the
Jeff
form.
Wars.
Here is the document, line 14.
Yeah, here.
So does anyone want to facilitate?
No, I'm not ready to facilitate such a contentious session. Guys, what about you?
Uh, your link, the link you did is in line 28 of the focus.
I mean, Jay, I can try, but help me, okay? Just
Again, I can't help you if Luisa is
Give me
like
some-
going against it. I mean, I don't know what Luisa is trying to prove here. I just don't understand it. Like,
what's
I mean,
going on?
obviously
Is there more
something
communication?
totally, lots of more communication. She's basically saying all these things, like basically like, oh, I'm not showing up for Hydra Hour 2. I thought it was canceled, and so therefore I'm not even showing up. And it's just like I've already removed her from the Hydra Hour 2 Saturday Sunday schedule. She didn't cancel. She's just not showing up, and it's just like. And now she's saying she wants to make sure that I'm not facilitating, and someone else is going to facilitate. I offered for her to facilitate, but she doesn't want
No, I facilitate.
Okay.
So Albert is facilitator.
Yes, I'm facilitating.
Okay, positions.
Oh.
Facilitator Alberto.
Do we have
Have
stream,
the rhythm
stream
going.
going on?
Yeah,
there
there's
is
streaming going on.
All right, so yeah, I mean, Luisa Mel said they're gonna join in about 42 minutes.
Time for breath.
So
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
all right, guys, I'm telling you though something. Get ready the seats word. Today, I have put in line already a lot of people. So Joyce,
Yes.
yeah, have the seats card ready, eh?
Seats
Don't
card?
immediately. Yeah, the seats card. Seats. That seats.
That's it.
Yeah, because I'm very belligerent today. I've been putting everybody in line. Anyways, with love always, but I mean, I'm a very strong presence, so I raise my voice easily. I trust you, Joyce, in immediately sits. So I will. Okay, let me professionally. So contentious situation. To me, the topic is contentious situation because documents, documenting, right? The responsibility is called contentious situation documenting. So
Yeah, do you guys want to do a quick topic on just going over the documents and reviewing it?
Yeah, exactly. Review the docs and update. Yes, let's do that. And then we can do a review. I would say quick here, guys. 9 to 12 minutes here.
All right, I agree to the topic.
Agree.
Okay, so we're going to topic 1. Docs is the link was in the viewer. Getting it here. Okay, great. Thank you. Are we? Everybody's in the doc?
Yeah, I'm here.
Correct. So potential situation with Jay, Joyce, Luisa, Mamun, and team. All right. So okay. So copy of info is today. So we have the info with all the relevant links. We have the summary. The scheduling policy has been utilized as mask to address a deeper frustration within the team, seemingly about non-certain payrolls and value distribution. A BT session at the highest level, given the participation of the CEO of FQV, has been violently disrupted by the news worker to
I
contest.
don't think that's very neutral.
Time to pause. Please stop.
Let's just take out violently disrupted and just say
1, 2,
disrupt.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, I can't edit.
Open your eyes.
Sorry, let me to me, okay, should be able to edit now. To me, it's violent because.
But it's still too opinionated, right? We don't need to say that it was violent.
Yeah. You're totally right. Yes, let's keep opinions. Has been disrupted by the U.S. worker to contest all policies. All policies. That everybody.
Also, these are just to contest policies. Again, this is just a neutral description of the.
Okay. Policies, correct.
Yeah, we can list the policies that are being contested if we want to, right?
We have everything, Jim. We have everything.
Okay.
So then the constant invites of the CEO to resolve real time have been regularly ignored. Then vibes has been mentioned 2 times, once by you and once by me. 2 different messages. That's very strong. I mean, in 2 years, it's the first time that I'm using requests. Document the current contentions,
I think it's very important to make sure in my summary that it is still not clear what the underlying issues are.
Yeah.
It could be related to our payroll being a major problem or something else, right? We just don't know what's going on.
So the request, summary. You wanna update summary? Yes, let's keep saying that. I mean, we can write that during within the topic within a topic for an ACU session of yesterday. There has been an overall suggestion that the real problem may be related to value distributions being late. But we need to see what the information says. Then, requests. The only request I got is from you to document the current contention, which is characterized by unusual and highly request. No other requests.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
So then we have the transcripts. Let's finish. Then we have all the transcripts, but they're, up to yesterday. I didn't see the new communications, right? So the transcript in the worker issue channel and in the activity team channel.
Although there's a bunch of more this morning between me and Luisa as well, but
I didn't see them.
Nothing. I just added one more detail within the issues channel.
The policies are all into issues policies. Issues policies, we have all the policies. The new work scheduling spreadsheet that you found, but also, we revoted yesterday. So then we have some proposals.
What is Luisa's role? The eval coordinator?
Yes. What is NVCJ?
Non-violent communication.
Ah.
All right, so request, document the current transcript. Okay, yeah, all the transcripts and details. So you're good. Issues policies. All right, so we have the 2 policies. No, No, we don't have the other policies in here. So let's take
Alberto, you're starting.
All right. Since it's a new session, I assume the old session was canceled, and as of now, I can be led by other three. Okay. This stuff that's looking at cycling. No, attention to the whole session until he's asleep. Okay, fine.
Okay, so we're gonna take a 3 minutes break, guys, and then we can do a view.
Oh yeah, we're at the bottom of the hour. Okay. Did you guys hear the rhythm?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we did.
All right. Yeah. Let's take a break. Show.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, I tell you, we're on break.
Hello?
Oh, hey, Tay, we're on break. So like
Okay.
2 more minutes. Yeah.
I'm facilitating it there.
Ah, okay.
This is so weird, guys. So weird. Anyways, the break is over. I didn't hear the rhythm.
All right, I am back.
So you're still in the topic from before, right?
Yeah, so you're still on the topic from before.
Yeah, I need to ask you, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had some apparently very cool sessions with Luisa, right?
Yes, I thought they were good sessions with Luisa. I never had any problems before.
Yeah, but let me ask you. I mean, the way that she's behaving is. All right. Did you know Luisa from before?
I mean, I knew of her. I never actually communicated or spoke with her because I've known of her for at least 3 or 4 years. Because Mel always talks about Luisa.
Yeah, but you never had anything to do with her.
No, I never met her or communicated with her at all until just a couple months ago.
I would like so. Sorry, Jay, but this is so incomprehensible. Where is she finding this not arrogance, is something else, but to behave like this with the CEO, the freaking CEO, the whole network.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really care about the whole CEO thing. I mean, the higher level you up, the less power you have. Like, I'm primarily a worker, but I mean, for me, it's not about behaving like this.
We're talking about prestige here. We're not talking about.
You shouldn't be behaving like this with anybody. That's my whole thing. If she did this to Jay, or she was doing this to Joyce, or doing this to you, Alberto, I would feel the same way. Like, I don't think it's acceptable for her to be treating anybody like this, like, and not communicate and schedule with them and work and support the team, let alone me. That's for me the starting point. Like, should she be doing any of this to anybody, even Mamun or anyone? Or is it against policy for anybody? Because there's no policy that says, oh, you don't need to follow any of these policies unless it's the CEO. That's not the policy works. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't understand. I mean, I would like to understand from you. You had 3 sessions with her, right? 3 sessions.
Probably more sessions than 3. I mean, especially more if you count all the main sessions and stuff. We've had at least 10.
No, just the BT sessions. You had 2 BT sessions, right?
At least 3 or 4, I would say, because we did at least 3 just on sponsorship, and then there's been, the one on the assets, and
close your eyes.
we didn't really do anything on eval.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Anyways, as far as another topic goes,
it's still really part of the same topic because we're trying to document the contentious, and I'm trying to understand if there's something that some happened, some friction happened that maybe you didn't give too much credit, but she kind of in Italy we say you make a knot in the figure.
I'm not really buying into it too much. I mean, I feel like she wanted to schedule for sponsorship, obviously. And then it's like I'm not available, kind of consternated about that. But I don't know.
Kita test check yan.
Oh no, it's not chicken. Let's get a tape check.
Okay. I'm at the 2.2. I've been working on the payroll. Yeah, the EVA, the OEVA, and the review exchange.
Viewer. So I want to move forward probation immediately. Let's start with the proposal. Start with forward probation.
So as far as like another
Okay.
policy goes, and like we can certainly add to our like, discussion on probation, but there's this idea for scheduling time for changes when scheduling time when dealing with changes for focus or topic. So Luisa's bringing up this whole thing that basically, like, if the topic changes, the focus changes the meeting, then if you're regularly scheduled, you don't have to check in anymore. You don't have to do anything, right?
I don't know. I don't give. To me, what Luisa says, it's totally fried hair. General session. The general session. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. So I want to move
No,
forward.
we had
There's the
we had
code of conduct.
And get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Not here to discuss scheduling policies.
So for the scheduling, her and Mamun were scheduled for regularly scheduled buddy team session at Hydra Hour 2, which is why we chose this time. But she's saying that because we chose this focus, that it canceled the session and she was no longer scheduled anymore because of that. But I
I don't know what
feel
she
like if you're scheduled
says.
for
She
regularly
doesn't.
scheduled buddy team session, you come regardless because you're scheduled to support the team at that time. But I could be wrong, so I don't know. We need to. I would like to go over that as well. Also, just to make sure we're clear on that particular topic, Mamoon's not here either. It's like not just Luisa. It's like where's Mamun, right? Mamun was scheduled too, right?
Yeah, they don't care. So, anyways, I mean, Luisa says here, I did not agree to H2, and inform I can do H3. An answer to her. You don't need to agree to anything. We voted yesterday, and it's about the team, not an individual. Especially the newest worker going head to head with her. She has no idea what she's talking about. She's behaving like she's been here for I don't know more time than Ate.
Rotate can facilitate. That sounds good. But I mean, I definitely feel like Alberto would be better for Ate to facilitate because of the current of the situation. Especially if you're proposing probation. Proposing probation as facilitator, I don't think is a good call.
Okay, it makes sense. Yeah, Ate, are you getting facilitating since I'm proposing this probation? And I'm bringing out the work of conduct. Bringing out the work of the newly voted code of conduct. Check. The code of conduct, newly voted the code of conduct.
You want to review the code of communication conduct, or?
I already looked at it.
I don't understand why you're bringing it up. But. So, Ate, do you want to try to facilitate us and get us into a second topic? Because we reviewed all the documentation. It looks good. Is it perfect? No, but it's good. So we're ready for the next.
Okay.
And there's a lot that we could discuss and go over.
Okay, since there is no other question, let's go
Time
to
pause.
topic 2.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Wait, please, before we move forward, is this a new template for main session?
Well, Alberto likes to make changes, but this is our normal template main session notes, right?
This is our normal main session. Are we like serious? Maybe I'm in the wrong note because I'm here. I'm seeing contentious situation with Jay, Joyce, Luisa, and Mamun and team. Am I in the correct note?
Yeah, August 5th and 6th, Saturday, Sunday, Hydra Hour 2.
Then Jay, you say this is the normal format of our main session template.
As far as I know, this is the main session.
No, this is a complete something different. I don't even know this one. I'm seeing it. I started seeing it yesterday and I thought maybe it was just for ACU. But
I know
The ECU was different.
so where is the wrap up? Where is everything?
The wrap up is right here. Can we see your screen?
Yes. Give me my screen. Are you guys seeing my screen?
I see focus and outcomes. Then I see dictation, topic 1 docs, sheet 21, view up wrap up. We can see your team.
I
Do not. Oh no, you're looking at the documentations of the actual contentious session. So this is the contentious situation.
yeah, this is a document Joyce and I created. It's true.
So
I almost created another contentious.
this shouldn't. So this is
Yeah, this is our
you should just see the date. So it says origin is kind of weird. Hydra hour 3.5. I don't know if that's necessary. Andromeda, that I don't know. Let's just leave that here to present, right? To present.
Okay,
So I would just call this the contentious situation with Jay, Joyce, Lisa, Mamun, and team. From instead of origin, let's keep it simple. From August 4th through 5th, Friday, Saturday to present. Okay.
Why did you link the note? Who created the note? This where was it done?
We can link the notes
Time
again.
to stretch. Please stop. Stand up.
Please, can you send it on to GC on
Around 3
GC?
seconds.
I'll just put it in the core team as well as activities. So core team, activity.
I put in activity.
You just linked it again?
Yeah, I said here at the end.
Perfect. So we put it in core team, and I'll also throw it in our chat box here.
Okay, so let's go to topic two. What's topic two?
All right, see if you can get us on another topic, Ate.
So I'm proposing probation.
Okay, I should get us to another topic. Okay, so we are. What's the next topic? What do you guys think should be the next topic, or is it
Yeah.
Yeah, we are done with the view, right?
No, we're doing the view now. We're done with the topic one.
Okay, I thought we were done with the view up and we were just looking for proposing for the next topic. So view up, I think we are done with the documentation. Is there any question, any other question or any other contribution?
I want to bring forward probation and bring up the code of conduct.
Okay.
I think the code of conduct would be a good thing to go over.
I already went over, and there is various items applicable.
Yeah, let's give it. I would like to go over the code of conduct. I feel like we have a better name for it than code of conduct. It was like the communication.
Yes, sorry, we're correct. Yeah, professional communications code.
The professional communication code.
Communications code. Professional.
So let's say here we can take 10 to 30 minutes. Is that okay?
Yep.
So do we also go? Let's talk about probation, then view up.
Yeah, probation. We have two probation, so we should divide into topics. So probation Mamun and probation of Luisa. I will start with Mamun. Then we can go into Luisa.
I think we could talk about both of them first together because they are related, obviously, and there's other probation discussions as well. So I think just starting generally and then we can get into specifics, I think is better.
Time to go.
Okay, yeah, okay. Is that a general discussion?
Wise count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Probation, Mamun and Luisa. Meeting. We have still another 20 to 30 minutes.
So just to take the policy, right?
Pardon?
I'm just taking the policy, right?
So we good on topic number 2, and then we'll do a view up again?
Yes.
Okay, but I thought
yes.
we could do the two topics and then view up.
Okay, so I'm bringing up the proposal, the policy, right? So we're topic 2. Here's the policy that we have. Any worker or team member feels that another worker is not putting their weight and is not meeting performance or work expectations, they can propose to the team to put the worker
So,
stays
are we
early
agreeing on this
or
topic?
Okay, we're on the
I'm
wrong
not here
topic.
when. Pardon?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Is there any objections for this topic?
Well, the topic is professional communications code. Reviewing the professional
Yes.
communications code.
Any objections?
No objections.
Okay.
All right, let me bring
Okay,
it
let's go to topic 2.
the professional communications. Okay. Copying and pasting. One, two. Bigger here. This one. All right, so obviously there is ignoring behavior, there is failing to follow instructions from moderators, facilitation, leadership.
Okay, wait. Ignoring behavior. Okay, continue.
Yeah, and acceptable codes. Then we have failing to follow instructions from moderators, facilitations, leadership.
Great, and keep going.
This is it for the moment.
Yeah, this.
To me, this is enough. Unacceptable code. She's just ignoring.
Please stop.
I
Get
wanna-
ready.
I want to say another one.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Addressing all contentious situations professionally according to our process. Right? Like, I mean, why is she not here? Our process is that we scheduled during the time that she was supposedly available and she didn't show up. That is not following the process. Involve the whole team if there is an issue and follow collaborative process. So I mean, I think that's the same thing. You know, so like, what is she engaging in a collaborative process? Hopefully she will be, but she hasn't yet.
She doesn't need. To me, this is enough.
I want to add one more, right? I feel picked on in the idea that like somehow my bottleneck, you know, is a sufficient issue to single me out when I myself was not even scheduled with her. Right? So I feel singled out and being told that I'm a problem, but there's not any clear solution or addressing it in a productive way.
Yeah, absolutely picked. Yes, you're definitely picked. There's something. That's why I was making those questions before. She's speaking for sure.
Cool down, Alberto.
This is what it's.
Also, since we're on the topic, right? This is the whole team, right? And I did notice in this particular sentence here that you made, Alberto, on line 41, you said you don't need to agree to anything. We voted yesterday, and it's about the team, not the individual, especially the newest worker head-to-head with the quote fricking end quote.
Yeah.
So fricking is not the word, but it alludes to it in a way that culturally you're reading the word. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Jay, because I'm Italian. I don't know English very well. Freaking is the common word to give more result.
Yeah, to be polite. Yes, to be polite. But I feel like our code of conduct needs to go further.
So
That
freaking,
obviously.
sorry.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I'm just saying that obviously our code of conduct right now is bad words. It says bad words and swearing, right? So I don't think you actually broke the code of conduct, but it's good to note that I would like to update the code of conduct to not just be bad words, but to also be anything related to a bad word. So for example, if I said F star star star, everyone knows what that means. You didn't actually say the bad word, you didn't actually swear, but technically you did. So from in a cultural perspective, someone
Why?
could read that, read the actual bad word, even though you didn't actually write it or say it. Everyone knows what it means, and for me, the meaning is what's important, not just the spelling. Does that make sense?
The meaning to me is freaking. I don't know how to say it. Freaking is a word by itself. I don't understand. Freaking is a word. They taught me in the American school, they taught me freaking is a word. I don't know.
Okay, well, we just don't use it, and I guess technically you could uh, what did we say? We said name calling. Where's the part on? Oh no, insulting, swearing, yelling, talking over people. So again, this is not applicable. I don't think you broke the context at all, but I think it's good to just review. But freaking has some sort of connotation, some sort of meaning that I would say relates to being louder than just saying the CEO. Right? So you're emphasizing the CEO in a
Of
way
course, I
that maybe it's
emphasize
not
it.
yelling. Yeah. Yeah.
Of
But
course,
anyways, so I would say that
it's
you
used
did
to
not break
emphasize, but
the context.
Jay, sorry, no, please. I don't understand
No, I'm
this.
just saying that in my review here, you didn't technically break the code of conduct, but you were right up against the line in terms of pushing
Yeah.
something further than we might want within the organization as professionals. But yes, cool. I just thought that it's important to review everybody's language, not just Luisa's. Yeah.
No, but exactly. I want to. So for me, I remember at school, I went to the American high school, right? And I remember we had the dean for the dean, right? The dean for the behavior, no? I remember what it was called. The most powerful person in the school, the dean. And I had a very good relationship. I was also for a year. I was also those guys that help around in the doors. And I remember that I went to the dean, and he explained me that freaking is a word by itself, and is used to emphasize in a polite way something very much that people mistake it as a synonym of the bad word, but
And take about 6 minutes.
reality freaking is a word by itself and has its own meaning, which is emphasizing.
So look, like I don't know if you can see my screen right now, right? But so I looked up the dictionary meaning on Google for freaking, and it comes out with the explicitive, mark, vulgar slang. That's what I'm saying, is that for me, anything that would be considered vulgar slang in the Google dictionary, like for me, we would want to add vulgar slang to our list of bad words and swearing. I would say that this would be an addition. So I would propose, right, proposal that we
I
add
took it
quote
away.
vulgar slang to both bad words and swearing. So it's not that it's a bad word or anything. It's just saying that in cultural context, people does that make sense?
Yes, I agree with you. Okay, thank you. Obviously,
Yeah,
So I'm not.
hello.
So I'm
I took
not
it away.
saying that
I won't use it
Alberto
again.
broke the code of conduct. I
Yeah,
don't think Alberto
definitely.
broke the professional code of conduct. I'm just saying that we should change the code of conduct to include all vulgar slang, not just bad words and swearing.
Yeah, because
Okay.
freaking from what me of myself I'm saying, it shows annoyance, contempt,
Yeah.
anger.
Of course, it's a very strong emphasis. But anyways, okay. let's move forward. I took
But
away the
if
word.
there
I
is
want to use it
something
again.
I will have to say
And-
is, Alberto, please calm down, okay? Calm down. Take it
Yes.
slowly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sit up. Calm
Uh,
down. There is
Jay,
nothing we can
yes.
achieve through dragging and exchanging words like that.
I know. I'm angry. I'm angry.
Yeah, you're angry, but calm down. Take it
Yeah.
slowly. Go
And
one step
Thank
at a
you.
time. Because when
Yes.
you mix words, you
Yeah.
mistakenly use a word you never wanted to use.
What is that?
Go star here, Jay. Please go star.
so
1 hour go star. I mean, beautiful.
this is why. Oh, keep going, Alberto. You finish.
No. Just go star to Ate. Ate, keep going. I think she wasn't finished.
Okay, I'll
No,
take
no,
it.
no. Yeah, it's okay. What I'm just pleading is that you should just slow down. Like try like take the temperament Jay is using. I know it's difficult. I don't. Sometimes I ask myself how Jay does it. That in such situation he keeps his spirit calm, and he's, they say in French that he manages his spirit. I don't know, but Alberto, I know you cannot. I know you are a man of hot temperament. But just take it slowly. Go slowly. We will
Yes.
reach at
Mm.
the end.
I don't know about Jay,
Yeah,
but I know
yeah.
about me. I need guidance. I need direction.
Yeah, Jay. I don't know. He's
What
just.
you're
I don't
telling me
know how
now
he does it.
is great. I'm calm. I'm calm. Much calm.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I
yeah.
mean, we all
You
know
cannot
that.
solve it by being
Yeah.
angry.
Hard,
You cannot
yes.
solve.
Please,
So
guys. You
we all know that
don't
Alberto, can be a bit aggressive and a bit intense and everything like that, and that's part of his personality, and that can overall time it can evolve. But I definitely agree. Like in this situation, we need to remember that one, literally, it's barely even 24 hours old, so it's very, very fresh. We're
Mm-mm.
addressing this quickly, right? And I believe that it's possible to address this in a way where it doesn't spin out of control and everything gets contained, and we get on the same page. We move forward as a team, and it's going to be perfectly fine. Like I'm not
Yeah.
particularly worried about it. Luisa is an amazing worker. She has tons of capabilities. So I mean, sure, it's good to talk about probation, right? And anyone can for sure propose it. I seriously doubt it's going to pass if we do vote on it. But sometimes that's what it's all about. It's about just making sure people understand.
Hello? Hello? You hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
We
Where's
lost
Jay?
Jay.
Jay. Where we lost?
Anyways, thank you so much. And keep the seats card ready for use.
Yeah,
Yeah, we cannot solve a problem if you're angry.
yeah. But in terms of the vulgar slang, the term for me of
But let me
using the
say something here, Jay.
what?
Say something. Let me say something. Steve,
Well, let me just
before.
finish. I thought just one last little bit. It was just like the term pricking for me could be looked on, especially if it continued, as picking on someone because you're singling out Luisa in the use of that term because it's no longer applicable to team. It's specifically targeted at Luisa individually. Yeah, check.
Yeah, Jay. The way
Just
you
want to make
interpret
let
that
me
word.
because it was related to before, please.
Yeah, the way you interpret it's just that's what I'm saying that I better just calm down. Let's use words that has a direct meaning, has a direct interpretation. Because now the way you are interpreting this word is different from the way Luisa might have read it and interpreted it on her own side. So that's why I'm saying that because I read the statement. So that's why I'm saying that I better should calm down and use words that if that I will interpret it the same way as Jay will interpret, the same as Joyce will interpret. So, but when you are interpreting it a different way, if she goes to Google and she googles the word, she'll have a different interpretation from what you're
I
trying
took
to
it
explain.
away. I took the word away. Can I
Yeah,
make the joke, the batuta? I took it away.
yeah.
Well, actually,
So
I would prefer you not
I'm
include
calmer now.
something
I'm
like that.
calmer now.
And the
Calmer.
voting time to
But it's
start.
fine.
Please
Just do
get
policy
focused on
tracking.
the session.
So it's fine to take it away, but just do policy tracking because you technically are breaking policy, but we do have it documented in the notes. So we can just note that, Alberto deleted the comment.
Yeah,
But it's just good to do policy tracking, right?
Yeah. How much?
Oh, just like 0.1 hour. It's very small. It's not a big deal. Like everyone can technically delete their own messages, but once the message has been escalated, it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's perfectly
Yeah.
fine
And the
to.
super moderator can always see what is being deleted.
True, but the point is that just do policy tracking because you're technically breaking policy by deleting a message that is now a team message. But yeah,
I didn't know what the word meant. I didn't know what the word meant.
well, no,
You
you
could
did know
have,
what
you
it
could
meant.
I would have written it. I would have written it.
Yes, but
you could have just edited it maybe. Not
Guys, I
delete.
didn't know it was slang. I thought it was a word.
it
A
is
word.
slang. What we're
Exactly.
saying,
No,
what
now I
we're
know.
saying, Alberto,
I
is
thought
that
it wasn't.
the use of the word is perfectly fine. But as a cultural-based organization, we can't just think about what the meaning of the word is. We have to think about how it's interpreted in the way that it's used.
Yes, in other cultures. That's what I'm
End
saying.
of discussion. End of discussion. Slang. Basta. I'm not going to use slang.
We'll
No,
just,
you don't just cut us like that. You don't say end of discussion just like that. Hmm? Yeah.
No,
It's not
and
about you,
to me,
Alberto. It's
to
about
me, to
Yeah, it's
me,
not
to
about
me.
you,
No,
it's about the
no, no.
team.
Sorry, guys. I'm talking about myself. To me, it's clear. End of discussion. Slang is not. I'm not going to
No,
use
you
slang.
don't say end of discussion. We are not children here. At least it is about a
Oh,
team,
I'm
as you said before. It's not you. It's
no,
not about
no, it's
you.
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm
So
sorry.
you just
No, no,
yeah.
it's okay.
I'm sorry.
I
No,
think he's just
what?
saying that he's done with the discussion in terms of he understands, but the team
Yes,
still
yes.
continues the discussion because the
You see,
team still
it's still the same cultural issues.
No, no, no. I'm sorry.
But
Anyways,
I
Adler,
think,
you're a great facilitator, Adler. You're a great everybody in line. Oh, you're great.
but you could have
You-
only edited the word. It can be, no?
no, even
Just
editing,
edited.
it will change the sense. You would have just leave it there.
No, no, because he said freaking CEO. So he removed the freaking and then just did the CEO, right?
For me, it didn't
Um,
work once I
yeah,
found out it's
the
a
key
slang.
word in that sentence is the freaking. It's not even the CEO. Luisa, can you check in?
Yes, we did miss a break as well.
Who is it here? Oh,
Yeah, she's here.
all right, let's get here.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking notes.
Go ahead, check in, Luisa.
Okay, yeah, so I'm a 6. It's been a long day, but baby went to sleep a little late.
Please stop.
And I look forward to resolving the issues.
3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So we were at view up, right?
So
Okay, let's take a break, please.
okay.
Yes, Jay.
I wouldn't mind trying to get agreement on our topic and then taking a break, but I'm fine just taking a break right now as well. Sounds great.
I think we missed the break. Luisa just joined. Let's keep going, guys.
No. We can't keep going like that. Let's take a
We
break.
missed the
We
break.
Or
could get agreement on the next topic and then take a break.
okay, Mel is here.
Mel's here as
My
well.
house is here.
Let's check in.
Or we can just keep going. I'm fine keeping going as well. But let's
Let's keep going.
Yes. To keep the momentum. Mel, can you check in, please?
I'm a 2. Pretty confused about this session. Check. Yes.
2?
Yeah.
Confused.
So we're doing view up, right?
Yes, let's view up and see if there are other topics for.
So now that Luisa is here, I propose to do the contentious topic, right? Where everybody talks, we repeat.
Would that be the non-violent communication and repetition?
Yeah. So okay. Mel, to make it simple, I mean, in 2 years that I've been working here, I never used the ping wipes, right?
Say it again. In the 2 years you've worked here, you've never what?
I never used wipes. It's a very specific connotation within FQB.
I didn't hear that. Use why? Use why?
Vibes.
Vibes.
Oh,
Vibes.
With the ping in wipes. Wipes is just.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There's vibes, very strong vibes going on with the new worker and the CEO.
Okay.
What's going on?
Okay.
Sits.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Joyce, what was that?
I'm reminding Alberto
Ah, guys, I
to
mean, you touch me, Jay. You
Sit.
touch me,
Oh, sit.
Jay. I mean,
Yeah.
I can become
to
very
get to
scary.
get
Eh? So,
calm, to be calm. So that's the
we're, to,
code.
we're
Sits.
preparing to keep me calm.
Yeah, good to see you here, but also, yeah, sit, right? So that's okay.
Sits. Sits is German, is more elegant.
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
Oh, Lord.
Okay,
So
so
I'm adding here, basically we want to do, to make sure everyone gets to be able to share and be heard, but I especially think it's important for Luisa to be able to share her situation and her side because we haven't heard anything yet.
Luisa, you are Joyce.
okay, so Luisa, do you want to go first?
Well, no, we haven't agreed on the topic yet. I don't remember having agreement. Did I miss something?
It's not even written there. Is it written there?
This is
Okay,
what
so
topic number is
the
it?
topic is
I'm in the wrong.
non-violent
Um,
communication and repetition.
Yeah.
20 to 30 minutes. Is
Yeah.
there
to ensure that everyone is in position.
I feel like it could
is
go a
there
little.
any objection to our topic?
What about 24 to 48 minutes? Like a segment of 2 segments?
Is this Daniel?
It's Luisa's baby.
He's missing his uncle. Uncle Daniel.
So okay, so non-violent communication and repetition,
Yeah.
24 to 48 minutes. Is there any objection to our topic? Do you have agreement?
No
Sounds
objection.
great.
No
Good to hear you
objections.
facilitating, Ate. Okay.
Mel, you can equally assist because Daniel is like
Yeah.
Yeah, Mel can
yeah.
also.
I was
So
facilitating,
but
but I'm
I see
pushing for
we
probation.
have agreement, right? Then after the topic we have a view up before we go to the next topic. Do we have
Yes.
agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Mel can also facilitate, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's up to Mel, though. Mel has to agree, but yes, of course.
Yeah.
It's up to Mel. Mel doesn't want to, he can just have a say. It's whatever the group
Because
wants.
So far, Ate's
okay.
doing
Between
great. I recommend Joyce as second facilitator.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm
I suggest
involved
she take
also
notes.
in
Oh, you're involved. Okay.
because I
Well,
was
let's,
with
I think
Jay.
everyone's involved, though.
yeah, that's why it's a team contentious for sure. But yeah,
So
let's
I
just stick with
suggest
the
this
same
order,
format
guys, if it's okay.
that's needed. What, Alberto?
Okay.
I suggest this order in the topic
Time
three.
to pause.
Okay, no
Please
problem. I'll continue
close
facilitating.
your
That's no
eyes.
problem.
Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I was
Okay,
just saying
so
because Ate maybe might be disturbed by
yeah.
baby or something. So.
I can help facilitate, but it's a conflict of interest because I'm pushing for probation, so for breaking the
Yeah,
code of
I would definitely like Alberto to stay out of the facilitation and talk
yeah.
less.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay, so who's gonna? So can Jean Louisa go first? Or?
So
Yes,
is there agreement to the
Yeah.
order of
Oh,
okay.
the order. I
So
don't know.
to the order because we already have agreements on our topic. So I'd like to know if the order is Luisa, J, Joyce, Mel, Ate, and Alberto. Do we have agreement on this order?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so Luisa, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. Before I proceed, I have a few questions regarding what is it that I can do with my time. So, is it just me talking? Is it possible that I share some documents and a video? So, I'm just wondering, can I use other media rather than just me talking? Just to understand what I can and cannot do. Ate?
I think I'm gonna
Jay,
say, do anything, Louisa. I think that's appropriate. It's your time to share
Yeah,
anything.
I think it's your
Okay.
time to do whatever you want.
So Luisa,
Okay.
Luisa, we I don't know if you saw it, but there is a line 3. There is a spreadsheet where we document everything. So absolutely, you're encouraged to link and to bring forward any documentation, anything.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over
And so,
our
should we
goal is
use,
to evolve, and improve.
right? So, should we use this document or the
No,
note,
no, no.
the meeting notes
I'm saying,
document?
I'm saying it's. I mean, as you can see, a contentious session has a very clear responsibility that you document the contention. So anything you have, video, is super important.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah,
And
sure.
we'll be
Time
docking
to stretch.
documenting it all.
Please stop.
Okay,
Stand.
that'd be great. Thank
Stretch
you. Okay.
Stretch,
for 30 seconds.
stretch, quick stretch.
And let me know when I can go.
Go ahead, Luisa. It's your time. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I read the messages in the Discord, and I also pondered upon, people's opinions, such as, Alberto's opinion, that indeed, more than, whether it's like a contentious or a conflict about policy tracking or the payroll or not showing up at the scheduled session, I feel like it's more higher level issue, which is the system perhaps not working, at least for me, in a way that I feel empowered, that I can do work, that I can give constructive feedback to make the system better, to improve it. And so indeed, Alberto said it's a challenging topic. Leadership is not easy. And so I personally have been very fascinated by leadership research in general and what's out there in terms of content. And so I do have some framework to share if you guys want to listen. But my point is, can we address the the quote unquote system failures is not necessarily a bad
I mean,
word.
you
It's
don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking about generous session. What is a generous session?
Sit.
Nice. She
Sit.
doesn't even know a generous session. What is generous session?
It's still Louisa's
This
time
is
to talk.
please, Luisa's time, please. Luisa's time, okay? Okay, continue, Luisa.
All right, thank you.
Joyce.
Luisa, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So, again, so what I was about talking about leadership, right? How it's challenging, and the system that has been put in place is a good system, but every system can be improved. And so I'm here to maybe address the areas that I see that can be improved. And I'm here to give feedback, and I would like to give feedback in a constructive way that is not blaming, that is not offensive, that is not violent. And so I look up this, how to give constructive feedback. I have this document in front of me, and that says, the engaged feedback checklist. I have right in front of me. I can share it if you guys want to see it, or I can just,
Time
copy
to
and paste it in the document.
close
No, you
So
can
we
share
can
your
go
screen. Go
through.
ahead and share your screen.
2,
Okay,
4,
so I'll
5.
share my screen.
You can also link it. That'd be helpful.
Yeah, I can link it too. But maybe I'll just share for now, and then I'll link it too. Application window. There you go. There. You guys can see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. So this is an engage feedback checklist. So, I just want to read through it and make sure that we're on the same page. This is the established ground, the shared ground. We're going to go do this session with the purpose of resolving the issue and hopefully, improve what we can improve. So I'm ready to sit next to you, Jay, rather than across from you. This is not like something that I'm, going against you, against the system, or against Alberto. It's
No, Luisa,
hope I'm
check.
doing this together.
We are not in planning and coordination BT session. We are in a contentious session. I don't know what you're talking about. Please don't waste time. All right? We're really wasting
No,
time.
Alberto, can
We
you
are in
let
a
her?
contentious session.
No,
We're
no,
not
no,
in
no,
a
no. You let
coordination
her.
and planning
It's
BT.
her time.
Check.
It's her time. She
Yeah,
has
it's
the
her
right
time,
to
but it's our
say.
time as well. We're here to talk about the
No,
contention.
no,
So
no.
Up from the bottom of the list. That's too long.
Yeah.
Go on, user.
Okay.
Okay. So this is established ground. So I'm willing to put the problem in front of us rather than between us. I'm ready to listen, ask questions, and accept that I may not fully understand the issue. I am ready to acknowledge that what you do well instead of picking apart your mistakes. Sorry. Acknowledge what you do well instead of picking apart your mistakes. I recognize your strengths and how you can use them to address your challenges. I can hold you accountable without shaming or blaming. I am open to owning my part. I can genuinely thank someone for their efforts rather than criticize them for their failings. I can talk about how resolving these challenges will lead to growth and opportunity. I can model the vulnerability and openness that I expect to see from you. I am aware of power dynamics, implicit bias, and stereotypes. So hopefully, this is something that I fully commit to, and this is the foundation I'm building upon this feedback that I'm going to give.
this is a copy and paste. This is your work.
It's something that you can find online.
Alberto.
Is from
It's copy and
If you
paste.
can link it.
Breath. Please stop.
yeah, sure, I can link that.
Inhale.
I'm
1,
gonna
2, 3. Exhale.
perhaps
1, 2,
stop
3.
this
Pause.
one,
Inhale to
and then I'll share the link.
2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
I'll share it in Discord or Unity or Zitzy.
We're gonna put
Zitzy.
it on the
In the
notes.
notes.
In the notes. In the
In the
notes.
notes, sorry. You're right, sorry guys.
Yeah, in the notes.
And then we'll just link it.
It's over here. Favorite checklist. There it goes. Yeah. So I don't know. This is just established ground. I can check and give them pass it over to the next one. Or I can continue. Let me know, Ate.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, I can take a pause and listen. Or I can
We're
continue.
talking about repeating. I tell you, it's up to you to decide if you want to have that repeated.
Yes. Someone will need to repeat
Repeat.
what Luisa said.
Repeat.
Okay, Alberto, go ahead.
All right. So what I understand, what Luisa says is that she is criticizing the system. She says that the system is good, but our system is good, but can be improved. She wants to improve it, and she has very good copy-paste material to improve our unique system. So yeah, then she read this list of this internet list, and she said something very interesting, that she's here to sit next to Jay and not across. So is this all? Lisa, or did you miss something?
Luisa, did
Yes.
Alberto repeat what you said?
Yeah, I think he did nail in the core of it.
Okay.
You want to keep going? It's your time.
Alberto, I'm the one facilitating. Can you let me be? Thank you. Luisa, are you done or do you have something else to add?
I think I'm done for this round, and I'll add more the next round. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Wait, did we repeat
Jane.
back properly?
Pardon?
Did we repeat back properly?
She said yes.
Oh, yeah, someone
Yeah,
can repeat
sort
that
of.
properly
Somewhat.
because, yeah, I
Okay.
believe what Alberto said was
All
really
right,
well.
sorry, Jay, can I go next, please? Just to make clarity here.
No, 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 no. We have an
Wait,
order
wait, wait,
and
wait.
we need to follow it.
Yeah, but I don't have time to waste time, right? So
No, Alberto, it is not
I would
about
like to make
you
some
here. It is
clarity.
about the
No,
team.
it's about the
You
team.
have to
It's
calm
about the
down. You
team.
Wait,
have to
wait,
calm down. You
wait,
are the
wait,
Jay,
wait.
Jay
it's
said,
as if you have
Wait.
a
okay,
She's
personal
asking.
problem.
Wait,
It's
wait,
as if no,
Ate.
no. It's as if
Ate, wait.
Alberto
She's
has a
The
asking.
different
team.
issue with Luisa. I will be serious here. Yes. It's as if we are in a different contention. It's as if it's a contention between Alberto and the Luisa. I don't know if that's the issue. You guys should let us know. Alberto should calm down, please. Thank
Alberto
you.
is asking.
Can
He's just
someone
asking if you want to, if he can go ahead than Jay.
I just need to say
He's
one
just asking.
sentence. Can you say one sentence? One sentence. Just one sentence. One sentence.
No, before you say one sentence, somebody has to repeat what Luisa said. Let's finish with Luisa, and
I
then
didn't repeat. I didn't
if you are
repeat.
changing the order, then we'll change. Then you will go before J. But let's be organized. Let's be professional, please.
Yes. So I think maybe if I could add is what I'm really trying to say with this document is I'm here to create a space for constructive feedback, even though it's challenging to hear feedback that may not be positive. But I'm here to with the purpose of improving the system, not destroying it.
That's fine. Guys, if you don't let me go,
Okay, J.
go for me, right?
Thank you. Can
Can I,
someone else repeat
can
what
I
Joyce
say
just
can I
Luisa
say
just said?
something? Can I say something?
Yes, J. Go ahead. Mhm.
So I mean, I hear, Luisa, that you're interested in laying the foundation for feedback, but I didn't actually hear any feedback. Did I miss something? Or because I heard a list of how to engage in feedback and that you're ready to do it, but you didn't actually. I don't know. I didn't hear any feedback. Maybe I missed something.
You're right. I didn't give feedback. I just gave the ground. I just laid down the ground for feedback to happen.
For yourself. Okay.
Yes. And to make sure that everybody on the team understands the intention of what I'm going to say, why I'm going to say those things. That it's very important for me that it's not to be misunderstood as I'm challenging your system. I'm challenging, I'm not
We do
challenging. I'm
the
here
best what
to
you're
give.
challenging. Disrupting work. You're creating a mess. What are you talking about? We are in a contentious session because you disrupted a high-level PT session of the CEO doing work on half pay stop because you believe that this and that. What are you talking about?
To say,
And you call general sessions. You don't even know what is
J.
the sessions. What are we talking
Sits.
about?
Seriously, I'm not more comfortable in this session.
Yeah. What
Seriously.
are we talking
Yeah.
about? We are
Because
talking
here we are
about
just wasting our time. I bet you are wasting our
you
time.
take no.
I
You
agree.
Alberto sits.
hey,
Jay.
let me talk now.
Oh my goodness.
Let me talk.
Sits is not working.
J.
Sits.
What are we
Sits is
talking
not
about
working.
here? Are we out of our mind here? You disrupt a high-level BT session with the CEO and Joyce working on deals together with face up because we don't understand.
Okay,
and we did that.
Alberto.
So,
Alberto, wait.
and now you come to the contentious session, bring up
Six.
copy-paste list that I can do while I'm on the bathroom. A better list than this. What are we talking about? Come on. Be serious here, please.
Six.
We're not going to take the session, Katsu.
I don't know what to
Oh
do.
my god. I would personally like to hear some feedback. If Luisa doesn't want to give any feedback, that's my request. My request is let's hear some actual information that comes from Luisa as opposed to a website called Bene Brown.
Dare to lead.
I'm not concerned about Bene Brown. I'm concerned about Luisa. I would like to hear Luisa.
Yeah.
That's my request. But if Luisa does not want to speak, she can pass. Then we can move on.
So, Tay, maybe I have a question for you. What would you like to happen?
Yeah, go ahead. We want to hear the contentious session, Luisa.
We want to hear from you,
I-
Luisa. Do you understand what the situation here, or you're bringing bullshit to the table? Do you understand what we're talking about here? That we don't have
Alberto,
time to
it's not
waste
your
time for
turn
people
to
to go
talk.
and disrupt high level work.
Alberto,
And
sit.
talking about things they don't even
Alberto,
know.
you might
General
get kicked
session.
out
What
of
the
the
fuck is a
room.
general session? Madai, yo. Madai.
Okay.
Alberto, please calm
Wait,
down, please.
If Luisa doesn't want to say anything for herself, I would prefer to move on. But what we can't do is just stay here in this limbo. We need to move on, or Luisa needs to say something for herself.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we can move on. Because like I have plenty of things to say, and obviously
So-
Alberta has plenty of things to say.
And so maybe I can pass it to you, or
No,
you
no,
can
no,
start
no.
saying. Okay, sorry, Tay. Sorry, Tay.
No, go ahead, Jay. If Luisa, let Luisa, if you
Okay.
can pause, and I'll let Jay go ahead.
So I am happy to go next. So I guess my first question is, are you a trained Brene facilitator on leading? Are you a trained facilitator?
Tay, do I need to answer now or later?
Oh, I don't know. I guess you can answer
Yeah,
later.
go ahead. Well, if you answer, because
No, I'm
he has
not.
given you chance to talk.
You're not. Okay. So that's just the first thing that I looked at here, and just trying to figure out what this is. The first thing that I clicked on just showed that you can hire a trained facilitator, and that all these materials are obviously from this dare to leave process that is cost money, and that they, are presenting this as a model, as opposed to just a single document. But either way, it's very interesting. In terms of my situation, for me, it just really comes down to the policies. Like, in the policies that are applicable would be obviously one, that we have the evaluation main session. The evaluation main session happens once a month at the last Wednesday of the moon month. So it's basically before the new moon. And that particular session is an open session to discuss and evaluate anything and everything in relationship to the team. So that creates a space and a time, a location where everyone can, address and bring up anything. Other than in terms of evaluation, evolving, and propose anything related to our system. And then in the context of, like, obviously we don't have to wait till anything up, in the scheduled session, all that kind of stuff. So that's sort of like my understanding in terms of like creating as much space as possible to address issues, concerns, and systems, processes, as well as all of the leadership questions, which obviously is a problem within the organization. I don't think anybody is arguing that we don't have leadership problems. And then the other policies, of course, are just making sure that when we are doing our work, we're focused on doing the actual work. So the main policies being addressed, in my understanding, is basically that when people schedule, I mean, for me, this is not even really just a policy related to our sessions in our organization. It just seems like something that's very normal for any organization, that when you schedule, there's an expectation that people show up and do work at the scheduled time. And so I don't know how to communicate about that and understand it, but it's just like, for me, that's an expectation, and it seems like it's an expectation of the team. And then the other policy that we discussed was obviously the idea that we are required to do sessions at every
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
so every agreed upon octant that's scheduled for the team are required to do a session. Otherwise, we get team policy tracking for everybody, right? Because everybody's required to make sure that those scheduled sessions are happening. So in terms of like our structure as a global core team, we break it up into 8 octants. And in our current model, each octant basically has its own leadership structures. And so it's about building leadership within the Hydra octant and gating Hydra and all the other octants, including Sonic, which currently is not functional. And so for me, it's very important. And then each octant gets a representative to the steering team, and then the steering team controls everything for the global network, right? They're the primary controlling force, and it has one representative from each octant, or basically 2 representatives from each half world, or quadrant, or whatever. So that is the structure that we're working towards. And so the key long-term goal is building leadership in the Hydra that leadership. And if there's not ability for Hydra to function interdependently, then maybe we should focus on Andromeda. And that would be my proposal. It's just like, proposing to transfer the sessions to Andromeda if there isn't, commitment to overseeing the work for Hydra. Check.
I mean, still talking about the schedule here, Jay.
Yeah.
You need to talk about the putting back in order the paradigms here, guys. Jay, here, I am shocked what's going on here. Shocked. Last thing that I could
Alberto,
imagine.
are you repeating what Jay just said,
No,
or what
no.
are you doing now?
I told you to let me work, to let me talk. Okay, meetings.
Yeah, but I feel like I am addressing the immediate situation and the immediate needs. I felt like I was not able to do work. I feel like I'm still not able to do work. I feel, as far as just basic observations and, I statements, like I felt attacked. I felt like I was name called, called that I'm a bottleneck, which sure, it's true. I am a bottleneck for lots and lots of things, but not everything, and so I felt like I was being blamed and being told that I was the problem.
Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Which may of course be true, right? But it obviously doesn't feel good. Like I felt that I was I felt disrespected. I felt that my time was disrespected, that my obviously guidance was disrespected, my requests were ignored. So I did feel ignored. And in the relationship to the observation that I requested at least 5 times to just jump on the call and address it immediately, and it was not possible. We said no, and so yeah, so I feel sad. I feel concerned. I feel that the thing that I'm most jaw dropped about is when I requested and asked about understanding the policy in relationship to when you schedule, you show up. I got just nothing. I got basically that, oh, I can't even discuss that at this time. Maybe on Wednesday we can discuss it. So it's like, if we're gonna hire people in the budget and give equity and value in our models, we need people who want to schedule professionally. And when you're scheduled for a session, you show up for the session. If you're scheduled for a regularly scheduled session, you show up regardless of what the agreement is on the topic, because that's what you agree on in the session or right beforehand. And if you don't want to talk about that, it's fine. If you don't want to be involved, it's fine. You cancel. And you say something like, I do not want to go to the session. I am canceling my involvement in the session. But you don't just not show up. without saying that you're either not coming for your own reasons, right? Yeah.
But this is secondary here. I want to know from Luisa, why are you picking on the CEO? Why we have the arrogance? The new
Since
worker doesn't even know
not
the
working.
general section, doesn't know how to call the session,
Yeah.
and he's picking on the CEO. Answer this question, please, Luisa.
Okay,
Answer.
but I want to make it really
Alberto,
clear.
later,
No,
Alberto.
me
she's
get-
not answering any question to you. When your time will
Okay.
reach, you ask her the questions you answer.
But let me make it very clear. Alberto can say whatever he wants to and make this whole thing about whatever he wants. But I want to make it very clear that I could care less about me being the CEO. I literally do not accountability to the team of every single worker being treated equally. And I feel that what was done to me, if that was done to any other worker, I would be upset. It is not about
Yeah.
me. If Luisa did that to somebody else, I would not be okay with it. I do not
Yeah,
think
but I am upset, Jay, because 1 hour of your BT session is like, I don't know,
Please
10
stop.
hours of my BT sessions.
Now inhale.
Right, so
1,
we were
2,
doing
Also-
quarterly BS
1.
BT session, high level BT session, and
Inhale.
the new worker that doesn't even go to general sessions, doesn't know what she's talking about, it's coming speaking on the CEO, disrupting high level work. Okay, 1 hour of Jay is what brings forward the organization. At the beginning, I didn't know nothing, but I knew that what I wanted to do is schedule Jay to make Jay to work. Check. What are we talking about? And you come here, disrupt Jay's session like this, you pick on him and everything, you disrupt the whole team to bring up this copy and paste. What is this? What is this? I can write a better listing while I'm on the phone and the bathroom. Come
so.
on.
In terms of just
Alberto, can we continue our session?
in terms of just finishing up my thoughts, and making it clear that this is obviously not just about Luisa. Like, I am also mortified in terms of Mamun's leadership, right? Mamun, I mean, I think being around for 2 or 3 months is plenty of time to find a half an hour of work, but Mamun has been around for years and years and years. We're talking like 2 or 3 years. And the idea that like after 2 to 3 years, you can't find a single thing to work on, that's a problem, and that's why I'm proposing that we, cancel Hydra. I mean, if Hydra has no ability to do work without me or someone else, like then it's not functional. Like we need to have a Octant that has workers who are organized and have assigned responsibilities, self-driven responsibilities, and the ability to do the scheduled work on their own, basically. Like it just needs to happen, right? So that is this major issue for me with Mamun. That because Mamun is, and Mamun should be right now as well. And was scheduled right now, nothing from him. I mean, it's outrageous. Like in the idea that anyone would think it's okay for Mamun to just not do any work. He hasn't done work in days. I haven't seen any output acceptable, like to the level that could go to just getting rid of him. I mean, if he's not doing work, he's not showing up, he's not doing like that's high level problems for a professional organization. Check.
Jay, you have been going for long. We need someone to repeat what you said.
I can repeat everything.
No. Someone else, Alberto. You are not the only one in the session. Jay, Joyce, we have so many of us. Can someone repeat what Jay
Exactly.
just
So we
said?
need to move forward. I remember everything. I can repeat it.
Yeah, but it's
No.
Alberto.
Hold on.
Facilitate.
It's not about you here.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Joyce, can you please repeat what Jay just said?
Okay. Jay first said there are policies that he brought up, like the evil session. Like evil session happens before the new moon, and then it's an open session to evaluate anything about the team. So, but we don't have to wait to address whatever you have to address, like other policies when that for the team, any policies that you want for the team to be more functional, so you can address anytime. We don't have to wait for the evil session. And also, he brought up about the policies on the scheduling, where when their people is expected to show up when they are scheduled, and if they cannot, they will not show up, they are requested to notify before or do policy tracking if octant schedule is not happening. So the team should do policy tracking. And also, Jay said that what else? That he said that what is what you call that? What made him feel bad is he was told as a bottleneck, but he said he's a bottleneck for lots of things, but not everything. And but still that makes him feel not good. So
Feel
he felt
attacked.
disrespected. Yeah, he felt disrespected. And so, and he asked Luisa to come to Jitsi many times to address the problem immediately, the issue, but she did not come. So she felt like disrespected or ignored. So, and he said that if it's not about him, it's not about him as a CEO, that being done to him as a CEO, but yeah, he feels also the same if it been done to anybody else in the organization, if if that was done to anybody in the organization. So it feels disrespectful for that worker also. So it's not about him alone. So and also he said that he's mortified about Mamun's leadership.
Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
And he also said that he felt mortified about Mamun's leadership because being here for 5 years and can find any responsibility to work on. So it's a really major issue for Mamun. So he canceled the sessions for
He's,
Hydra.
he said that
So
he felt attacked, and he said, is what he said. They're very strong words.
Alberto, if you can stop interrupting and just mute yourself and let Ate facilitate, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Remember we
yeah,
did
you're right.
the code of conduct
You're right,
where we're
man.
not supposed to raise
You're
our
right.
voices. Remember that?
You're right. Yeah, right. Code of conduct. We put it out before.
Yes, it's in the notes too. Okay. A good job repeating, Joyce. And I just interrupted, but yes.
So
okay.
Jay, did Joyce, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Jay, did Joyce explain repeated all what you just said? Jay, are you there?
Yes, although I would like to add one thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the beginning of my topic was related to this document that Luisa has submitted, which is from BreneBrown.com. And I was asking whether or not she was a facilitator, a trained facilitator, because it said on there that you need to communicate and talk with it and basically hire a trained facilitator under the program. And under their terms of service, it says very clearly that any use of their proprietary marks by the company or Mary that is likely to cause confusion among customers or a manner that disregards the company. So basically, the company's proprietary marks may not be used in connection with any product or service that is not provided by the company. And if she's not a trained facilitator, she's not the company, I am confused on in the model that they're preparing and showing, because I don't see where it fits in. And I have a lot of questions about this system and what it is and how we engage with it when it's out there. So I think that's the only thing that was skipped as far as Joyce's, because that's the first thing that. Yeah.
Joyce, can you continue repeating?
Time to pause. Please stop.
Unmute.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Mateo, are you talking to me or?
Joyce. Joyce, are you there? Mel, can you kindly repeat what Jay just said, the last part?
Yeah, Jay brought Brene Brown is a supposedly uses proprietary information, and he's a little confused why Louisa brought it up. Does that kind of sum it up, Jay?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, Alta, can I go, please?
Jay, are you done?
Yeah, I'll just say that in line 104, I would categorize this as a deep link because I can't figure out where this.
Do you
link
hear me
relates
now?
to the organization by the actual.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I go, please?
Yes, Alberto, the floor is
Thank you, thank you. All right, so we are a business here, right? We are in the
Yeah.
business of making money, right? This session is costing $63 per hour. This session yesterday, they got interrupted, costed more hours, half based on the team, because the CEO, which I repeat, the CEO of the company is not the CEO because Jay is a nice person. It's the CEO because 1 hour of Jay brings the organization forward in a way that is incomparable to anyone, not even the whole of the rest of the team put together. So we are in the business of making money here. And it's unacceptable that the newest worker just feels entitled to go there, disrupt a BT session, totally ignoring the request of the CEO, the chief executive officer of the whole network that is doing high level work, quarterly bills. Verification happens once per quarter, right? On half pay stop. And this is okay. I agree with Jay.
Time for breath.
Everybody
Please stop and get
should
ready.
be treated equal. Yes.
1, 2,
But
3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
But to me, where is the big problem is that Luisa waited after the session and then started addressing Jay about everything she wanted to address in her own time and in free time. All good. But we are in a regular weekly scheduled session, highest level session possible, quarterly bills, right? Jay, Joyce, Joyce and Atta, they're doing massive work to bring this forward. You come, you're entitled, you come, I wanna discuss in a general session. What is a general session? What is a general session? We are professional business here. Everything has a word, everything has a meaning, everything is a reason. We do when I finish work, I don't even remember how I'm called. Because Jay and I, in 10 hours of work, we do cryptos, we do life support, we do outreach, we do staffing, we do a bunch of things. And how we do this because we are professional people and we follow process and we follow policies. And the newest worker doesn't even know what he's talking about, doesn't know what is a general session. What is a general session? What is a general session? Tell me. Nothing. And comes and disrupts a highest level session of the CEO working to get us up for pay so quarterly bills, creates a mess, cost to the organization now that we're costing, my estimate is $63 an hour. It's costing this session. our time. This should be an everyone says it has a Hydra for sponsorship. For what? For what? This is what I want to know the answer. This is what I pretend the answer. We're a business here. We're in the business of making money. And we are losing money now for something that I don't understand. Luisa is talking about things that don't make sense at all, that she doesn't even know what she's talking about. She wants to bring forward her agenda in a way that is totally unprofessional. In a contentious session, she brings this. What is this? What is this? What is this? We do high level work here. We produce value. We do this.
Alberto, please remember it's a non-violent communication.
I'm sorry, it's my voice. I'm sorry, it's my voice. I mean, to me, it's unacceptable that we're not yet addressing the problem. We're talking about scheduling. I want to know why you, Luisa, felt entitled to be attacking, because we went to the code of conduct, attacking the CEO while he was doing the highest level possible work in the organization, disrupting the whole flow, whole harmony.
Open your eyes.
Because I never used wives in 2 years. The first time I used wives. What is going when I came yesterday for the AC session, I started reading the message. What is going on? What is Luisa doing? It's attacking Jay like this. What is going on? What is the reason why she's doing it? Obviously, scheduling session, scheduling policies. To me, it's just a mask or something because there's something else that needs to be addressed. So we are costing $63 an hour at the organization. Let's use this money to understand what's the problem here instead of spending time talking about, I don't know, irrelevant things. Check.
Good. Can someone please repeat what Alberto said? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Can someone please repeat what Alberto just said?
Looks like Joyce is in here. I'll repeat back. Alberto is very frustrated and confused. I wish you used more I statements, Alberto, but basically, $63 an hour, basically, he very confused when he went online and saw that Luisa seems to be disrespecting Jay, and Alberto wants a clear response from Luisa, and we do professional work, and it was a scheduled session. He doesn't see any reason why that could have happened. Yeah, did that summarize it? And
So,
Alberto,
a little bit.
Alberto, did Mel summarize what you just said?
Kind of. I mean, it's not disrespecting you guys. It's attacking deliberately a human being, in my opinion. Right? If you read the messages, there's been an attack going on from Luisa, who is a news worker, doesn't even know how we call our sessions, and to bring forward an agenda that I don't understand. And she's disrespecting. She's totally neglecting the value of Joyce time, of Ate's time, of Jay's time, the organization time to get that work moving forward. Because what? Why? 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 To make Jay feel sad, attacked.
Write down whatever you were about to say. 6 minutes.
Can someone repeat
Yeah,
what
I
he
mean,
said so
I think
so we take a break? We need a break.
I'm definitely down to take a break, but I mean, I still don't understand what is going on either. And like, I mean, in my perspective, anytime Lisa wants to give actual feedback, it would be great because I still haven't heard anything from Lisa. I only heard stuff from Brendan Brown. But I definitely am all about taking a break.
Yeah, break is good.
Okay, so yeah, are we repeating before the break, or let's take a break and then we get back when we stop?
I say we take a break, 5 minutes, top of the hour, or how long? Yeah.
Yeah,
4 minutes.
5 minutes. Top of the hour. Top of the hour.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How long is the break? Oh yeah, 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Joyce.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Right.
Oh, back.
Whose turn is it
So
now?
we're at the. I think we're still at a level of repetition, or are we done? Can we move to the next person?
I
Luisa,
didn't
we
talk
really need
yet.
to hear again from Luisa.
Yeah, and I can also go too. So, Louisa, you're
Yeah.
next, or are you know?
Yeah, Mel, you can go, please.
Yeah, I can. I did not talk yet. Also.
Also,
Yeah, and
Joyce,
also
yes.
Joyce hasn't talked yet either. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Me neither. But
Yes.
we just like wanted to hear the feedback from Luisa.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
I'd rather though have maybe Mel, no, finish the round and I can start a new one. That would be great. Thank
Okay.
you. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, Mel.
Let's start with an apology. Let's start with an apology.
Alberto, be helpful if you
Mel,
mute yourself. Yeah. If you're not called on to speak by the facilitator. Um, I just want to say that I was a little confused. I think Louisa was taking initiative to schedule to check in to see if Mamun was there, if I was available. I was on another call yesterday, but she, there are some issues with like we can't do calendar without Jay on the call. That's not training. That's basically like we don't have the account login, the password to move forward. FBN stuff, even on a personal level with me, I can't do that without Jay. That's not training. It's just I literally don't have some of the information that needs to happen with Jay. So I'm sad to hear that Jay, that you took some stuff personally. And I'm sad to hear that Alberto, you're frustrated. I'd like to hear from Joyce and Ate how you guys are feeling, but overall,
I'm
I'm more or
angry.
less
I'm
okay.
angry. I'm not frustrated. I'm angry.
Okay, thank you. Back to mute, Alberto. I think Louisa has been taking initiative over the last, I think, month and a half that she's been with us. Has made initiative to do training, onboarding, and there are some bottleneck issues that
To
she
pause.
mentioned, but it wasn't. Mhm.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, and so with bottleneck, it's not an offensive, mean thing that was like mean intention. It was, it was a comment that some things can get stuck. Like I can't move on with the websites without Jay, even at the moment. But so like I think she just really was trying to schedule and didn't mean to interrupt the session. um yeah, that's all I want to say. And then it turned into a long thing, and then I think Jay took initiative to remove us from Hydra, and I just think that it's kind of got out of hand very quickly, so I'm glad we're addressing it now. All right, check, that's it.
can someone please repeat what Mel just said?
I think Eileen just joined. Yeah.
Yeah, Eileen.
Yeah, hello
Yeah.
everyone.
Can you
Would you
quickly
like to
check
check
in,
in,
Eileen?
Eileen?
Okay, checking in. Um, um, mm,
Eileen,
Eileen.
Eileen,
Eileen.
please state your feelings and say what you have been working on.
okay, I am at uh, 3 right now and working on payroll and
All
recruitment.
right.
can I make a question? Eileen, do you hear me?
Yes, Alberto.
May I make a question? I have a bonus star here in the hand. Why did you join the session?
Uh, it's I'm confused about the contentious session. what was happened yesterday, and I want to know what happened to the team.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
no bonus star for the answer because it's required. It's policy that all paid workers come to a
Time
contentious
for
session.
breath. Please
Not
stop and get
actually. I
ready.
don't believe that is
Now
the
inhale.
policy.
1, 2,
It's a
3.
policy, you know. Contentious session
1,
is required.
2, 3.
You
Pause.
need to respond.
1,
If you don't respond,
2.
you're required to show up.
Relax.
Say if you don't say in advance that you're not coming,
Sure,
you're
someone should
expected
be
to show
doing
up.
the responses. So it's under our policies, someone takes responsibility to responses. No one did that.
Yeah, no, that
So
is
we
true.
don't
But
get any responses.
since Eileen always surprises us, I was I was testing if you would have answered because it's
But
required.
nobody is required to be here right at this moment. What everybody involved in the contention is required to do is be scheduled. So if, for example, the people who needed to be here were not available, and we were like, well, we can't move forward with this contention without those people, they would be required to schedule as soon as possible when they're available. If they're never available, then that would be against policy and would eventually lead to them being removed. That make sense?
I didn't understand. I think you
So everybody involved in the contention is required to schedule to address the contention. But if they're not available at a specific time, they're not required to show up if they're not available at that time. Do you see the difference?
did. Yeah.
Okay.
So, anyways, it's good to see you. And thank you for the
Okay. Okay, Alberto.
So can someone kindly repeat what Mel just said? What Mel said?
You want I can go.
Okay, go ahead.
So Mel, what I could understand, I said that she is observing that Luisa is taking a lot of initiatives, scheduling with Mamun, and she has been to she didn't have the intention to interrupt the work session. That then she moved more on her personal view on the fact that there are bottlenecks. She agrees there are bottlenecks that are formed because a lot of, in her opinion, a lot of work cannot move forward without change. And for example, the website, for example, if you look at another two examples.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Open your eyes.
The calendar, and so, but she's very, she, from what I understood, she was very positive that the team is immediately addressing what is going on, and I mean she's sorry also to hear that Jay is feeling personally upset. And did I miss something there?
That was very good, Alberto. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, very good. I never knew you could keep this calm.
And I'm a computer. I remember everything. Keith,
Very good. And I like the tone of
thank you.
your voice now. You're more calm.
Yeah,
Very
that's what I'm
nice.
saying. I
Yeah.
never
Yeah,
knew the tone could go
it's
this down.
it's
Very
Eileen energy.
reasonable, very responsible, very professional at this level.
Yeah, it's Eileen energy. A lot of
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
Mel, are you done?
Yes, that was perfect.
Okay, Luisa, can we go next to you?
Excuse me, what did you say?
It's your turn. You said Mel should finish, and then you go next, right?
Oh, do you and Joyce need to say something? If you guys don't want to say anything, I can go.
As for me, I don't have to say anything. Joyce, do you have anything to say?
No, let Luisa first talk, and then maybe I can go
Yeah,
after.
Lisa, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I do want to share a video, and this is to explain and to reply to Jay's questions. So I'm gonna do that.
Can I request where the video is from?
YouTube.
Okay.
I guess this one.
I'm objecting.
Best-selling author and social researcher. Her name is Brene
So,
Brown. She burst into public consciousness with her TED Talk in 2010. The power of vulnerability. Brown. She burst into public consciousness with her TED Talk in 2010. The power of vulnerability. She burst into public consciousness with her TED Talk in 2010. The power of vulnerability remains a site. She burst into public consciousness with her TED Talk in 2010. The power. Her new book focuses on how each of us can cultivate effective leadership. It's called Dare to Lead, Brave Work, Tough Conversations, Whole Hearts. Brene Brown joins us once again, first on CBS This Morning to talk about her latest book. It's always good to have you at the table, Brene Brown.
Good morning. It is a masterpiece. I love it. I love it.
Thanks. Just the fact that you've had 36
Check,
million
can-
views says to me
can
that
we
people
stop
are very
this,
open
please?
to finding out more about this.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous. What is this? Why are you pushing forward this agenda? What is this?
Okay, is it possible that I finish and then we go
You
to
finish,
take
you
the
talk.
turns?
What is this video? This is outrageous, Luisa. This is outrageous.
If Alberto, you keep doing this, I cannot do this session. I need to, check out.
You're not doing it anyway. You're not doing it anyway. We're showing
That's not true. I am doing what I need
that's
to
not
do.
true. Where? Answer our questions.
No, just can we just it's a short video, just a few minutes, that's fine. That's just Alberta, just mute yourself and let her finish, and then she'll explain why she's sharing the video.
But I know very few bosses and leaders that think it's okay to show vulnerability. But you say you can't have courage without vulnerability. What do you mean?
You know, it was interesting because I used to spend a lot of time when I'd go into these companies kind of evangelizing about vulnerability, it's important. Then one day I found myself on a military base talking to special forces. And I just asked a simple question. Give me an example of courage that you've seen or witnessed in your life, or that you've done yourself, that didn't require uncertainty, risk, and emotional exposure, which is the definition of vulnerability. Give me a single example of courage that did not require that. And there was just silence until one guy just raised his hand and said, 3 tours, ma'am. There is no courage without vulnerability. And so now I just ask audiences that simple question. Give me an example of courage that doesn't require uncertainty, risk, and emotional exposure.
You say most people think of courage as a personality trait, not a skill. You say it's a skill.
It's a skill set. I mean, we've been studying it I've been doing this work for 20 years, the last 7 years, really looking at courage and leadership specifically. 4 skill sets. Can you rumble with vulnerability? Can you stay in tough things when they get uncomfortable and awkward, or do you tap out? 2, and this is a hard one, living into your values. Are you clear about what your values are, and have you operationalized those into behaviors? Do you know what behaviors support your values, what don't? 3, braving trust. Can you build trust and be trustworthy? And the last one, which I think was really interesting, was learning how to get back up, learning how to rise. Because we found that people are more willing to be courageous up front if they know how to rise.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, sorry, John, that's why I called this a masterpiece. Because to just sum up everything, and then you write, courage is contagious. To scale daring leadership and build courage in teams and organizations, we have to cultivate a culture in which brave work, tough conversations, whole hearts, the expectation in armor is not unnecessary or rewarded. That's the thing, because people want to know, how do we scale this type of behavior? Yeah.
Courage is incredibly contagious, as is fear, as we can see in the world, as is scarcity. And so courage is contagious, and we can teach it, we can learn it, we can measure it. And we have to create cultures where being armored all the time is not rewarded behavior.
So, first of all, as a disciple of the gifts of imperfect parenting, I have to say thank you. Now, let's move on. And I hate to get political, but one of the best leaders we have right now, who has totally reformed a political party in his image, who's gotten 2 people on the Supreme Court and achieved other things, thinks showing vulnerability is the key to loss. Not showing vulnerability is, in fact, one of his signature traits. So that seems to be the opposite of what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think, so I'm glad we went there, because here's the thing.
John goes there.
Yeah, John goes there. I'll go with you, John. You can absolutely get away. I mean, you can get masses of people behind you if you do 2 things. If you weaponize uncertainty, if you take people who are in uncertainty and guarantee them certainty, and then give people someone to blame for their pain. I mean, you can do anything you want. The problem with that is that fear has a short shelf life. You can do anything you want.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that fear has a short shelf life, and you cannot do that for very long. The question is always, what kind of damage are you going to do while you're able to do that? But I have seen no evidence, and I'm reading Doris Kearns Goodwin right now, so I'm a huge fan. Yes, her book on leadership. I don't think that's sustainable.
Let me ask you this. I'm a leader in whatever I'm doing in my life. How do I be more vulnerable if I want to try and access this trait that is so important to leadership?
So vulnerability is not disclosure. So that's the big mythology, right? It's not like, I know a lot of leaders who show up and just everything. That has nothing to do with courage or vulnerability. Vulnerability is, can you manage uncertainty and risk and emotional exposure? Can you stay in the hard conversation? Can you tell the truth? Can you give feedback when it's hard? Can you ask for feedback when it's hard? Vulnerability is, I believe, and it's probably 60% of the book, the only path to courage. And it is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, trust,
I don't know.
empathy.
Can I escalate something here? Can I escalate this? What's going on? This is outrageous. I'm feeling totally, again, disrespected, ignored. Check. Are we? I'm feeling that I'm starting to get a real problem here, guys. You are again neglecting our value. What is this?
Relax, Alberto. You can relax,
No,
Alberto.
No, really. No.
You can tell what you want nicely.
What is this? What is this? What is going on here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Lisa, are you there? Yeah. We just want you to talk from your opinion. You know, you don't.
Well, we did agree that it was okay for me to play a video, right? So I like to finish.
Yeah, it's okay. So now you can.
For me, it wasn't okay, but nobody gives a shit about what I said. I say.
Okay. So.
And as I've been saying, Alberto, it's not about
Facilitator, please, before doing something like this,
let's
make sure that everybody's in agreement. Because to me, this is outrageous.
Yeah, you yourself, you're outrageous.
Okay,
What you're doing is outrageous. What is it?
Calm down.
Alberto, you shouldn't raise your voice
No,
and interrupt.
it's too much. We are not here for Alberto.
Can anyone hear me?
You should calm down.
Yes, Jay.
Okay, so my understanding is that Ate agreed that the video could be showed, not the group. I requested the amount of time for the video, and I requested the link. I did not receive it. I want to know if the video is over yet. Has it been completed or not?
So, Jay, come again.
I'm just asking whether the video has been completed and how much time is left on it, if it has not.
That's the same question I wanted to ask, if the video still has to take long. But I don't understand when you said, I agree that the video should be showed. She asked in the beginning, and you said yes.
No, I
So
asked.
when you say Ate agreed, I don't understand.
I don't remember agreeing to watch the video. I remember asking for the link and asking for the length of it.
Who's playing this video? How is this video being played?
Luisa, you can share videos on Jitsi. It's fine. But my question is, how is the
Stop
video
the,
over yet, and
stop
how
this.
much longer?
Wait, Alberto, please. What, Jay?
My question is, if the video is over yet, and if not, how much longer is the video?
The video is not over yet. It was 6 minutes total, but because it has been interrupted many times, I would like to just complete the
Because they don't
video
want me to show you.
from what what has been actually interrupted from. And I agree to respect the process, which is everybody has a turn and they can say, and I asked at the beginning whether I could share things on screen, and it was affirmative, and that's why I'm sharing. And I would like to be respected, and not
You're
to
not
be talked
respecting us.
over and
Nobody asked you
interrupted.
nothing.
Alberto.
Nobody asked you nothing. You're not respecting us.
Okay.
You
Okay.
are not. You keep disrespecting us. What are you saying?
Relax,
Luisa.
please.
No,
Okay,
no.
Luisa.
I want this video out of here
And
now.
again, it's
What is
very,
this?
I don't feel
What are you
safe
doing?
keep
What are you
sharing
doing?
with this
Okay.
aggressive and a violent communication.
Yes.
I agree. It's out of control. Alberto, you are out of control.
I am out of control. I'm sorry, but this is out of control. It's totally out of control. To be forced to watch.
So I request Alberto not to be in
out of
this
control,
section for this
out
to
of control.
continue, or we need to reschedule.
I think that's perfectly fine.
I'm leaving.
If Alberto cannot, okay. So, just to make sure my question's answered clearly, we don't know how much longer there is on the video.
Maybe 2 minutes.
Okay. So, Tay, it's up to you to move forward. What do you want to do?
To me, Luisa, you already know what is in the video. Is it possible for you to answer the questions and then let's move forward?
Yes, if the message in the video has came across, because it's either me talking or this video talking. And so I thought, the video sharing what I wanted to say is more efficient. And, it would take 6 minutes rather than rambling for like 12. So that's why, if you guys have understood and could repeat what's in the video, I'm happy to move forward.
I'd rather have you ramble for an hour.
For me, I want it to come from you. What you want, what is there in your heart, what are you feeling?
Yeah, what's the
What
problem?
is in your mind? It doesn't have to. You don't have to show. I think for me, you don't have to show the video or any link of any website or something. We want to hear from you because it's more, it's more genuine, or we want to hear from your heart. What do you think? What happened? What happened? What do you want? What do you want to happen?
Okay.
What do you want to suggest? What do you want to, it's
Okay.
better, no? Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, I
for
think
me.
right. Yeah, thank you so much. And because Alberto has left, I feel safer to continue. All right, so this video is basically showing me and also showing you guys why I use this, the checklist, the feedback checklist from that website. Brunette Brown is a researcher. She's researched 25 years, vulnerability, and in the last 7 years, leadership. So she has something to contribute and something to share. And she has, talked to many types of leaders, and she have analyzed what are the values and what are the skills a good leader possess. And so it boils down then to me expressing maybe my experience of what happened. And I believe that it's not really regarding the policy tracking. It's you want me to do policy tracking for that thing, once we have clarity, I'm totally cool with policy tracking. It's about me not, again, it was like, because I didn't cancel, right? So we do policy tracking, that's totally fine. Now, what Mel said was, indeed, I totally agree with her that it has escalated unnecessarily fast. And it was also very,
it was so Jake did ask me 5 times to show up on on that moment to talk about this, and I didn't feel comfortable, didn't feel safe to do it because when you are in a high state, emotional state, the outcome is usually an argument, a long argument, and it will be a heated argument because we were both triggered at that time, and instead of actually resolving this issue, we'll be having a long argument. So I didn't feel safe and ready to solve and talk through this issue. I'm really sorry to hear that Jay felt disrespected by me asking clarity over policy tracking, or me also writing, I don't want to say, I don't understand why I need to do this statement if I don't even know when I'm going to get paid. And so that sentence, hope, it's reflecting the frustration I have for also not being able to do work and, do, like I feel also the frustration. I landed on this team so a month and a half ago on this topic, which is, there's a bottleneck. The team is not moving forward. We're wasting so much time, nothing gets done. And I'm really sorry to hear that, Jay, since day one, I feel you feel so frustrated that there's so much on your shoulder. There is, people are not, doing anything to help you. And I'm really sorry to hear that you feel that way. And I'm here, honestly, like my intention to join this team was to help, was to build something that is going to work, that is going to be a blueprint for other generations to come, a new way of working that is empowering people, right, to lead, right? That's why we're talking about leadership. It's about making the world a better place. I have a son, so I need to, I'm thinking about his future, right? So in a nutshell, I feel the system and the leadership is putting tasks and responsibilities and paperwork and policy over people. And this is not something I can get behind. And I would like this to change. And that's why we're talking about why this leadership should maybe, look into venues of improvement. So then, people can feel empowered. They're not scared to step up. They're not scared to take responsibility. They're not scared to say, oh, maybe there was a little confusion over here. Let's see, we can, maybe we don't need to do policy tracking right away. Maybe give me a chance to understand what went wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're humans. Like, many of us are parents. Like, we're working at nighttime, with kids sleeping. Like, we're actually really doing our best to help and support this team and support you, Jay and Alberto. And I've been experiencing a lot of passive aggressive communication, which is dividing this team rather than unifying this team. So, yeah, check.
Thank you very much, Luisa. Can someone kindly repeat what Luisa just said? Hello?
You can give it a try.
Yes, Jay, go ahead. Thank you.
I mean, at first I heard that Luisa was presenting this video to show why she is using the checklist that she got off their website, and that she feels that Brené Brown presents a good understanding of the leadership process, and all of the aspects that are chained. She is felt like the whole situation got escalated rather quickly or too fast, and I think there was definitely, like, she saw that Jay felt unrespected, and but that you feel that I have too much on my shoulders, that Jay has too much on his shoulders, and that you are interested and committed to the world being a better place, because we all have our we got our children, we got our families, we got our situations, and everyone's doing their best.
And the break time to start. Please get focused on the session.
in that you feel like overall that the paperwork and the systems and the policies and everything are getting in the way of the people, being people, and that you want the people to be empowered, and you want people not to be scared to step up. And take responsibility, right? And that you don't necessarily feel like people should be doing policy tracking immediately. And you think there's a lot of passive aggressive communications going on.
Are you done, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay, Luisa, did Jay repeat everything you said?
Yeah, I think pretty much. I think the last part is not. Yeah, in really track policy, it's almost like give a person who, like, I'm looking this with my kid, right? So he may do something wrong and he will do it again, right? So don't punish him right away. Explain things. Like, we're not in a prison. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're here to be better at working together. So let's not lose the focus of teamwork, creating this vibe of good team cohesiveness, unity, so we can help each other and rather than destroying each other. Let's not blame. I feel like that's a little bit of the values that I see was coming across with the system that has been put in place. However, the behavior that I'm seeing in the leadership is the opposite.
Can you explain that last part? The behavior you see in the leadership is the opposite. What is that?
Yes. So I'm just taking, for example, the chat, the text exchange that we had on Discord the last day, and Alberto's communication. It's not done with the focus. I feel it's not done with the focus of let's resolve this problem together, but was more like blaming, finger pointing, instilling fear. Like, it's almost like divide and conquer situation. It was like there is like this tension, there's this big tension, right? And then you had to like kind of address it and then like point it at someone. I feel like I was like almost like the black sheep of the situations, like I landed at the wrong time, the wrong place. But again, I'm like thankful to the universe for this, because now we have a chance to talk about it and address the elephant in the room.
Stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, so whose turn now?
Also, punishment in the behavior. It's like blaming, finger pointing, instilling fear, punishment.
What was that about punishment?
Sorry. In the behavior, in the leadership, I see also punishment, and judgment and punishment as behaviors are not, they're not behaviors that actually reflect values. They're the opposite of those values.
Any regarding the policy tracking?
Yeah, and then the type of communication, the policy tracking, I would say also like this inability to regulate emotion. With Alberto is very obvious, and it was kind of obvious with you, Jay, yesterday. And then it's absolutely normal. Like, I don't feel like we are thinking beings having occasional emotions. We're emotional beings having occasional thoughts. So it's absolutely normal to have emotions, but it's like also important for us to acknowledge that we're having emotion, and we need to like build trust within the team, like, because we all live far from each other, like in how many continents and countries we don't see each other on a day-to-day. How do we build trust, right? It's like, so there's a framework for that. I was looking up for it because I have a father who doesn't live here and he's far away, like the baby daddy, I mean, and it takes awareness.
Okay, did
Can
everybody?
someone? Are you done, Luisa?
Yes, check, sir. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So can someone repeat the last part?
Can you hear me?
Joyce? Yes, yes.
Okay, because the internet is not stable. So
Okay, can
anybody's turn?
someone, yeah,
Sorry.
Luisa just ended. Someone needs to repeat what she said last part. Jay, will you continue?
My turn, you said?
The last part, will you continue to repeat what Luisa said?
Oh, you want me to repeat that? Okay, I'll give it a try. All right, so I heard that you feel like policy tracking is kind of like imprisoning, and instead we want to be helping
Time
each
for
other.
breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
So we'll be helping each other instead of blaming each other. And that you feel like the behavior you see in the leadership is the opposite of the values of the organization. I think that's what I heard. In relationship to the text and exchange on Discord, and that the leadership can't control their emotions or something. And that it's not done with the focus to resolve this problem together. And that that the leadership is fingerprinting and feeling fear, and they're blaming, and that creates tension, dividing and conquering. And then you kind of felt like you ran into the wrong place at the wrong time. And then you're glad that we're here talking about it, which is good.
So, Luisa, did Jay repeat everything you said?
I think the last part will be building trust, because we are, very remote team. So it's difficult to build trust because we don't see and spend time with each other. So it's important also to think about what are the behaviors that build trust and what are the behaviors that don't build trust, and likewise policies.
Okay.
Thank you. Check.
You're welcome. So, do you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay. Joyce, you wanna go next, or should I go next?
Yeah, I will be the one first.
Okay, good.
Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So no, I just have few things to say or ask. I correct me if I'm wrong. I think I think that Luisa was triggered by what Jay said. Like started with, because I'm just putting myself, to her situation. For example, when Jay started to say that sounds like just an excuse. I think Luisa started to be triggered in that, from that point, and then I want to ask only that, what does Luisa mean when you said that, why should I go to the s- to why should I jump when I don't know when I will be paid? I don't understand.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So that's what really like my question in mind until now. That what did you mean that I don't even know when I'll get paid? When Jay was asking you to come to the to Jitsi, jump on Jitsi, and then your reply was, I can, but I don't even know when I'll get paid, so I'm not understanding why I need to do it. So that's what's going on in my mind, and that I want to be cleared about. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Luisa, can you
Yes.
respond?
Hello. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
I was muted. Oh, sorry. Yes, I think there is a misunderstanding there, Joyce. If you go back on Discord and you look at the thread, Jay had asked me to join on Jitsi, to which I replied that I prefer not to. And then he asked me if I did my I statement, the hot pay stop I statement, to which I replied, I don't know why I'm doing these I statements if I don't know when I will be get paid, which is reflecting a little bit of a frustration that also I had about these works not happening, and then there's deadlines to be prioritized, because the last week what I was I did this timeline, I was ready to go through it, but all these hot pay stop deadlines came up, and so we had to work. I joined 2 sessions just to do hot pay stop deadlines on during Hydra, where originally I was planning to do client work. So it's just like it then brought me a little bit to the frustration of all these bottlenecks issues that is preventing things to move forward on my end. Like I was not able to move forward. Check.
Uh, I still don't
Joyce,
understand. Yeah, I still don't understand what the meaning of what you said, that I don't want to, when I will get paid. I don't know why. Yeah, I can jump, but I don't know when I can get paid. I still don't understand.
No, I did
I
not say I can jump. I did say
Yeah,
that I
you
always.
said.
No.
No,
I did not.
I will copy the wait.
Yes, yes.
You said here. Yeah. Anyway, you can.
I think it was the I statement. It wasn't about me jumping on the session. And so I was asked, did you do your I statement?
Time
Which
to
is.
Okay.
stand up and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
And then just for clarity, also, I did ask, if Joyce needed help with the quarterly bills. And because I didn't have any response, I thought, I wasn't needed to do that session. That's why I didn't join.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, maybe, the thread is like, sometimes you miss those messages and it's totally normal. So I'm also looking at.
So in line 233, you said I can, but I don't even know when I'll get paid.
Line.
So I'm not understanding what I need to do.
Yeah. So I'm also doing this.
Line 233.
Okay, but is this extrapolated from a conversation? I think we also had the.
What you don't understand? Why you need to do it? What's that?
Okay, so just to clarify, I didn't say I would. I never was okay to jump on the session right there, because I know it was very emotional. And I said, Ajay asked me if I did my I statements, and to which I replied. So Jay asked, it was on the activity team yesterday. It was on my 10 p.m., so I'm not sure what time it was for him. And it was, he asked, have you done your statement for her pay stub? And I replied, I can, but I don't even know when I'll get paid. So now I'm not understanding why I need to do it. So then, definitely was also showing that I was frustrated and I was emotional. I was triggered. It was about the I statement, because I have to do it every day. I'm like, I understand the policy, I understand you're trying to make me aware of the situation, but once a week, not every day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's my point. Sorry. Check.
So you said that out of frustration.
Yeah,
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
Because I don't understand this policy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, sorry, someone's very loud. So it's like, I am a person who has a hard time just to follow rules, just to follow them. Like, I would need to know why there is that rule, and so if I understand why, then I would do it. But if I don't understand why and don't agree with it, I don't do it. And so that's likewise. I'm here. Luckily, I'm very privileged. I'm living with my.
Close Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Yeah, so luckily I'm privileged because I'm living with my parents, so I don't have to pay rent, and I do have some savings. So luckily, I have the privilege to walk away from this pay job. So for me, it's a matter of alignment. If it's in alignment with who I am and my purpose in life, happy to stick around. But if it's not in alignment and I just need to shut up and do what I've been told to do, I'm sorry, I can't do this. Check.
So can I respond to that last part? Okay.
Hello.
Can I
Yes,
respond to that last part?
Joyce, are you done? Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Simply that, for me, that would be the worst possible scenario, right? Like, we don't want anyone to feel like they're just forced to blindly follow policies and, treated like a machine. That is exactly what we are against, right? So every single policy is up for debate and up for questioning. And every single policy is based on a discussion similar to this to solve them. Under our model, we call this the segmentation that we are currently not doing a very good job of implementing. But eventually the goal is that every single policy that has ever existed and will ever exist will be on a voting form that every single individual worker can not only vote on, but that they can also click and read and understand why the policy was created in the first place, right? And then evaluate that policy and then consider whether that policy should continue. So in that context, what you are discussing and talking about is exactly what we want. Unfortunately, that takes work, and someone has to step up and do the work to make that happen. It's not particularly difficult work, it's just a lot of work. But we've started that process with the policies. My understanding is that there's 3 policies that are coming up, right? The first is like policy tracking itself, right? Then you have, doing required sessions, and then you have, showing up when scheduled. So I think where additional policy tracking itself seems to be an issue.
Breath. Get ready. Now, 1, 2, 3, exhale. 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So I'd like to speak on all those, but I finished directly responding to the idea that you were bringing up. Because obviously we don't want you to follow policies blindly at all. Check. And I'll speak on the rest of it later when it's my turn.
Thank you, Jay. Joyce,
one other thing that's based on our, just let me say one other thing, which is that based on our model, you don't actually have to follow policies. No one's actually required to follow a policy. Protocols can get a little bit more complicated, right? Because protocols are required, but either way, you can break policy. Anyway, I'll go into more details when it's my turn. Yeah.
Okay. Jay, Joyce, have your questions been answered, or do you have anything else to say? Hello, Joyce. Okay, I think Joyce might be having.
Sorry. Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it has been answered. Thank you, Luisa.
Okay.
Hello?
I think I'll.
Yes.
Yes, Joyce, we are with you.
Yeah, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe it's my turn.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's true. I wasn't online yesterday when all this started. But when I got online, I saw a lot of messages and quarrels and vibes and issues. I had to go through them, and I'm very happy. I just want to say thank you to Luisa for finally opening up on what the issue is. Because from what she said, I had a lot of aspects that got her frustrated before it led to wherever we are right now. I heard Luisa said, she said mm, that she's not feeling safe. I hope right now
Please
you're safe.
close your eyes.
And you know,
Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
okay, and you know, this is exactly what I was telling Alberto before you jumped into the session. That this is this is a remote job, and we are from so many parts of the world. And so when we want to use a word, we should we should think very well before we use the word, because there are some words that the meaning is global. The way you understand it in America is the same way I understand in Cameroon. It's the same way Joyce is gonna understand in Egypt, and it's the same way Mamun will understand in Bangladesh. But there is another word that you might use, and in Cameroon is interpreted differently. And so there are times we should just measure our words, so that it should not cause a misunderstanding. Because you see, the way you're explaining the bottleneck right now is not the same way Jay understood it. Because to be sincere with you, I have never heard where Jay said he he felt attacked. Yes, I think Jay used the word like that. Um, he felt offended. I've been with Jay for like 3 to 4 years right now, 5 years, and I know it's a man that is always calm and takes things with a lot of maturity and professionalism. It's true that ever since I better joined, I don't know if there are times that Beto has been influencing like Jay's judgment or some things like that, but he still keeps calm and maintain peace in so many aspects. So what I will plead with us is we should, even in anger, we should use we should use good words. And I'm equally very happy on the fact that you refused to join the session because you were not safe, because there was a lot of tenseness at that period, and it would, if maybe if you had joined at that time, it would have been worse. Because from what I've been reading on Discord, the issue is not even only the policy that Jay asked you to track. Another issue that is behind the issue of the policy, is you don't even know exactly when you get paid. You have an issue with the payroll, and which I understand you very well, because you, in your statement right now, you equally clearly stated, said that we should that Jay should have respect for, we should take into
3.
considerations
Please stop
the
right
feelings of
now
the
and have
humans,
a word to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
and not focus too much on the policies. Yes, to an extent, I would say a yes, because me myself, I have been going through a lot of difficulties, as you said. It's good that we should also take into consideration the feelings of the humans, because for a long time now we have been going without payroll, and we all know that it's because of the hard stuff, the orphan pay stuff, and to an extent it's really difficult for some of us that we are from countries that have war and all the rest. I've been having issues even with my landlord. Thank God that we had the back pay. I even had to handle that issue. I have children going back to school. So there's a lot of issues that can push you to to say what you say, to maybe the pay is not coming, you don't even know when you will get the money. So you don't even understand why you should be tracking whatsoever policy or making whatsoever statement or even getting on Discord or on GC for whatsoever. Yes, it is frustrating. It is not a good situation, but let's just manage our words. There are so many ways to pass through a message. So when we are using our words, let's just make sure the way I'm interpreting in America is the same way we are interpreting in Europe. Like at the beginning of this of when I was working in SQN, before you guys joined, we had Jessica. We had one day we had a serious confrontation equally with Jay because he said, "I'm not understanding this fucking." Like, what did he say again? This fucking thing you were doing. And to us, to Americans, it's a very simple language, but to us in Africa, it's an insult. So we had to tell Jay to correct his language, and it was really an issue before he even said he was sorry, and everything went to normal. So we should just mind our words, no matter the situation, no matter whatsoever is happening. We should just calm down and take things in a quiet way. And again, I really appreciate the fact that you didn't join because you were afraid that the thing should be escalated far worse than what we are. Maybe we would have been shouting the way Joyce and Alberto or I and Alberto we had shout before in
I'm
contentious
back.
sessions.
I'm back.
Yeah, thank God you're back. Thank God you're back. So it's just for us to control our word and avoid all the issues. So you see, you didn't join the session for one reason, but Jay understood that you didn't join for another reason. And it is because of the word you used before the bottleneck, before he asked you to join. So if you hadn't used that word, or if somebody uses a word to you that you see is not correct, it's better you tell the person there and there that I don't like this word. So we know where the problem is. We should not be accumulating and somebody says a word, you keep it, and then you are like proving strong. Our heart, there's no stone, there's no iron in our heart. So when you behave like that, you accumulate, and at the end of the day, when you burst out, it becomes chaotic. It's difficult for us to handle. So that's just what I have to say. And check.
Can I say three things now?
Do you want to repeat what I just said?
No, I mean,
No,
we have
we
work
have
to
to follow
do.
the
No, no,
process.
no.
No, then Alberto, you can't talk. Yes, I can.
All
I
right.
can
If
repeat
I
back
repeat,
what you
if I
said.
repeat, can I say three things afterwards? If I repeat?
After I repeat back what Ate
After
says.
I repeat, yes. Yeah. So Ate is glad that Luisa finally has explained the real reason that she didn't feel safe, that the policies are difficult to follow, and also words are misinterpreted many times, so that maybe Luisa didn't feel safe because of some words out of place. This is what Ate is saying, eh? And then Ate made I mean, first we made a reflection on Jay, saying that Jay, even though Jay, um, after especially I joined, may have been influenced by me. He never was influenced by me because he has this.
Alberto, are you repeating or I'm not getting you?
Yes, isn't it what you say? You said that even though Jay could have been influenced by me or something, he never gets influenced. He's always very, very mature, very,
No, 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 no. You are not
very.
repeating what I've said.
You didn't say this about Jay? Sorry. I heard
Go
So,
you
ahead.
say this.
so let Alberto finish repeating, and then you can correct me.
Okay, go ahead.
I heard Ate say at the beginning, she said that Jay, you've been working with Jay for a long time. This is the first time that you hear Jay clearly expressing this sentiment of personal attack. and that even though you and I had we had clashes, very strong clashes, we shout and everything. Jay always keeps calm, is always very mature. He uses word mature, third word, and so that he might have seen be influenced by me, but in the end, it was not. It was always very impartial and equal.
Please get focused on the session.
Then you made a more broader description of contentious in different parts of the world, where a word, by the way, on the note, I mean, that word is an insult everywhere. So maybe I didn't hear the word well that you used, I'm not going to repeat it. And so that some countries, something can be an insult, some other, but important thing is that we stay calm and that we communicate and we address everything. Is this what you said, Alta?
Yes.
So I would like to say two things. Can I go?
Please just respect the non-violent communication.
Yes, I will. First, you, Luisa, you come from Bocconi, right? I think that the first lesson they teach you something that is called opportunity cost, correct? Say this policy, you think only about yourself, right? But in my opinion, in my observation, what I'm hearing. But there is something that they teach you in the first class of any decent finance or economic course, right? I remember it was the first class. It's called opportunity cost. What is the opportunity cost of following policies? The opportunity cost is you need to factor in the cost of the second best option, right? When you do a economic analysis on a market or on a country, or you always need to factor in the opportunity cost, which is the cost of the second best option. So what is the opportunity cost of not following policies? Opportunity cost of not following policies is going to a company like Alpha, for example, where you find Alberto that decides he wakes up bad and he shouts at you and he fires you on the spot. All right, that's the opportunity cost of the policies. And then they're like prison. This is very strong, and this is something we can address. Absolutely, we don't want, as Jay said, is the second thing. We don't want, as Jay said, to force anybody to do. But the policies are necessary because we are very serious, professional businessmen or businesswomen. So we are not in an office. We need, in my opinion, in my observation, I say we, but it's my opinion, it's my observation. We need, the policies are necessary so that the system works.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And the system works, meaning that this is a co-op. Also, they teach you in Bocconi what a cooperativeship is. That you, Luisa, are an owner here as well. You know why? Because Jay has put a lot of money to create this. All right? And you come here and you become immediately an owner of Jay's wealth. This is to make it simple, right? Because Jay has created this. The way that this works is by following policies. By following policies means being professional. You need to be professional because here we are about transforming the society, the whole society, the planet. So it's difficult work. So nobody, if you're not up to it, please go, right? But here, you follow policies, but you choose your salary, you choose what you want to work on, everything is discussed, everything is agreed. It's so this, you should think about the opportunity cost of the policy. So go in a normal company where the CEO just decides whatever he wants, fires you and fires 60,000 people from that and the other because the banks, or because the the federal bank decreased by half a point. The inflation, and so now the banks cannot have the credit line this big for the company, and 20,000 people boom on the street. This is the custodian foreign policy, because we today role model that when I joined was I could see the vision, I could feel it, I could see the vision. It wasn't working. Then finally it's working. Now we're not talking about the past, we're talking about the future. And it's working because we are professional. We follow the policies, but you don't like a policy, you bring it in the right place and we discuss it as human beings, as consciousness, right? This is what you should think about when Jay is asking you, please, can you do policy tracking? You do the policy tracking, you are professional, you don't ignore the leadership. Then in the next session, you say, I did policy tracking for this way, I didn't like this policy because we need to move forward. You said use this word, we need to move forward. We need to move forward for real. To move forward doesn't mean that every time you see a policy that, oh, I don't like the policy. So you block the whole organization. No, you do the policy tracking or you don't do the policy tracking, whatever you do. We don't want you to enforce it, but we are serious, professional business people here. So you want to work here, you're going to be at a certain standard. Otherwise, perfect. Go.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now
And third,
1, 2, 3, exhale. 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
third, I have had some experience in leadership, and I'm definitely not a good leader, and I don't want to be a CX. This is not who I am. But I have some experience in leadership, and you call it bottlenecks, guys, right? Call it bottlenecks. Okay? But you just think about yourself. And I call it, it's pure leadership. Because Jay creates on purpose bottlenecks. Because it would be easy for Jay, or like Mel said, oh, I could do this work in 15 minutes. Yeah, okay, but this is not how we do things. Right? And it would be easy for Jay to just tell you what to do, right? Instead, Jay creates the bottlenecks because he wants to bring you to understand it, and he wants to see if you put the effort, because it's difficult work we're doing here, right? So he wants to see if you're putting the effort and your worth is time, this is training and everything. And you know who loses about these bottlenecks? You know who's the one who is damaged the most when we don't do a filing on time, or when we don't have pay stop and work is not moving forward and we're not meeting all the deadlines. You know the bottom line, who is losing money? Jurakan. And you know who Jurakan is? Jay. And so he's such a pure leader, he's such a leader, in my opinion, in my observation, in my experience, in my knowledge, in my research. Jay is such a pure leader, the highest possible imaginable level, that you guys that just jump from one assumption to another without taking the time to think about that here, there's something serious going on, right? Instead of just doing whatever is coming in your mind in the first place, in my opinion, my experience, in what I'm observing here, right? You should think about the vision here. So Jay is putting, is creating bottlenecks, but they are leadership tools because he's paying dearly for these bottlenecks in the first place, right? But he's willing to do it because he is not willing to compromise himself in a way that he's willing to lose everything and sacrifice everything that he has for the team to move forward together, for the team to understand why we're moving forward together, right? So this is to me, in my home, this is pure leadership. Everybody should acknowledge bottlenecks. It should be easy for Jay to just give you a piece of paper like you did now with a bunch of lists.
Time to pause. No. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So think about this, guys, before jumping to conclusions, assumptions, making assumptions. Here we don't make assumptions. Here we double, triple, quadruple, verify everything, right? You don't make assumptions. You don't make assumptions that the system is not working. So we better watch a video about this fat lady that doesn't give me anything. That's on CBS. What is CBS?
Alberto,
Serious. I'm
non-violent
sorry.
communication.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. So, please, right? Think about the opportunity cost of doing policy tracking. It's also affecting 10% of your bonus, and it's so fundamental for things that you, Luisa, in my opinion, right, you have no clue. And you have no clue. You're, in my opinion, in my observation, in what I can see, you are judging.
Sorry, Ate, I don't think this is nonviolent communication.
Yeah, and I
I'm
would
done.
suggest you
I'm
use
done.
I
I'm done.
statements.
I'm
Don't
done.
speak for Jay
Yeah,
or
I'm
Luisa.
done. I'm done.
Just
I'm
talk
done.
about your
Yeah, no, I
feelings.
always say it's I mean, it's my observation. I keep repeating that. Maybe you can teach
No,
me
but
that.
you're saying your observation, but you're pointing the finger, you're calling him. You're saying things directly.
Well,
You
what I'm
observe.
saying in my observation is that somebody in general in the world, before starting and jumping around, blocking an organization that is already, I'm on leave, guys. I'm coming back to work. Yeah, what can I do? Right? The organization is blocked. There's so much work. 2 days. That's why I want to take a leave. No, I need to go. I need. It's what's happening. I'm coming back to work because in general, in my opinion, somebody before making assumptions and before judging and before criticizing and saying the system is not working and bringing something that is not even originated from its brain. It's something copied and pasted, blocking everything, judging, criticizing everything. Think, somebody in general maybe should at least try to understand what it's criticized was instead of just to me this is what I'm seeing and observing. So we in general we worker or team, I myself, I've been here 2 years.
Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
And I don't still know nothing. If I know and understand how this genius machine that is just mind blowing that Jay is giving us the honor and the privilege to be part of, and now with our 200 hours per month, Jay and I are putting 200 hours per month in 2 years every month. Plus, we have I have all my reward because now it's working. It's working, and why is this working? Because it's a system. It's a machine. It's a system. So system infrastructure. It's an infrastructure work because there is components that needs to work in a what are these components? The components are the work, the team, the group, and how this work with the policies. With the policies. I can understand you don't like policies, saying the policies are Luisa. I see that you said that the prism is very strong and we should definitely talk about that. That is something that I personally don't want to hear anybody say. As soon as we're ready, it's definitely a big concern and we should definitely address it and find a way for you to not follow policies. To me, this is great. We just need to have agreement. Luisa is not following policies. Great. Right? So we have agreement. But the point, guys, is here that we are, I mean, personally, time for games is at zero, because we are moving forward.
Jay, Alberto, can you please talk? Don't take too much time, please. We need to go faster. You alone, you are taking like too much time, and if we you don't really have agreement, I will need to check out. I need to go and take off my son. If we are here, we should be moving forward. We should not be talking and talking and talking.
I'm making very clear things. So I'm saying, think about the cost of opportunity of doing policy tracking, which is affecting only 10% of your bonus, right? Think about why Jay, who's definitely by far, in my opinion, is a question the smartest people around here is creating these bottlenecks. Why? Ask yourself why. Who is being damaged the most by these bottlenecks?
Your eyes
What leadership is, maybe in my opinion, unnecessary.
Open your
And
eyes.
third,
Okay, so
I
Are you
say,
done?
no. Third is that, I mean, here is difficult work, professional work. Nobody's forcing you to do it, but please try to be more respectful and more aware of everybody else who's working around you. Because here, if you trigger, consciousness for us is the highest level. So if you trigger something like this, it's just who we are. So everything stops. Better needs to come back and sleep, for example. So think about all of this before saying that.
Who is thinking about? We said you should use the I statement.
In general,
Ronnie.
because before people before going
Who
and
is
say,
thinking about?
people in general before going in, after 1 month, a few sessions, and saying the system is broken, it's not working, and bringing the new solutions, maybe stop, use their brains, and think.
Do some repeating back.
I don't even know what I repeated. I heard nothing. Is there someone to repeat what Alberto just said? Hello? Is anyone getting me?
If no one wants to do it, I mean, I'm willing to do it. I just did the last
Okay,
one.
Jay, go ahead.
No one else wants to do it?
Yeah, I think no one is.
Okay.
I'm going.
I mean, overall, what I heard Alberto kept saying was these three things, right? So probably didn't get it perfectly, but overall, it's like there's this whole opportunity cost for not following policies. And then we don't want to necessarily force anyone to do it, but the policies are necessary as a serious professional business. He said multiple times that how that it definitely works, that cooperative works, that Luisa is an owner, and that a lot of energy, time, money, work has been put into this, and that Jay created this, and that the way that it works is by following the policies professionally to work towards transforming society, right? So it is not easy; it's definitely difficult. And people are quite empowered. I mean, they're empowered to choose a salary, and everything is discussed and agreed upon at the times they're available to do that. So, and then he was talking about how a normal company basically they don't like you, they fire you.
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
Or the federal bank makes the half a point percentage difference and the company fires 20,000 people, right? So I'm just saying there's quite a vision's working, we're moving towards the future because we are professional and follow the policies. So if we don't like a policy, we bring it, discuss it, human beings. But when we're asked to do the policy tracking, you just do it as opposed to ignoring the leadership. And then later you bring up why you didn't like the policy and move forward and change it or fix it or do whatever. And that if everybody at every time that they didn't like a policy tracking, they just blocked the whole organization from moving forward, that it would cause chaos. Well, he didn't say chaos, but which would be a different standard. In terms of his leadership experience, he feels that bottlenecks are actually a tool, that are a leadership tool and are a part of pure leadership. In terms of something that could easily be done by Jay really quickly and moving it forward, but that you have a certain level of a certain threshold of criteria or expectation, and you want to see that Jay wants to see the effort be put into the work and putting in the time and doing the scheduling, etc. And that the person who loses the most from it is Jay in Jersey. So I'll skip some of this other stuff, but basically that we double, triple, quadruple check everything. There's a time and place for everything. That policy tracking only affects 10% of someone's bonus, right? And so it's better to just not make assumptions and just to move forward with it and figure it out over time before blocking organizations, stuff like that. And then he did talk about how a lot of time is being put in, 200 hours a month. Putting in Albert doesn't putting in, so it is a lot of work and it is an infrastructure. I think that's about it. Check.
Alberto, did you repeat all what you said?
A bit everywhere, but one thing that I mean, this is hard work. So if it's not for you, please let us move forward.
So,
Can I say
do you have anything
something?
else to add?
If it's not for somebody in general, no? Our work. Not
1, 2,
for
3,
everybody.
4, 5. Open your eyes.
So I think we can move to Joyce. Just go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Luisa, you said that it's hard as a person. It's hard for you to follow rules if you don't understand, and if you don't understand it, you don't do it. Right? You said that a while ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Luisa there? Hello, Luisa.
One clarification over what I said about rules.
You
Policies.
said a while ago that you no. Is it correct that you said a while ago that it's hard for you to follow rules? You're the person that you are hard to follow rules if you don't understand, and if you don't understand, you don't do it, right?
Yeah, it's in the context of yeah, I'm a person who wants to understand why a rule exists.
Okay. Okay. So why didn't
For
you
me to
ask?
follow that rule, and if I don't understand, I
Yeah,
did ask.
you
I
can
did ask
always
where I could
ask,
find that
right?
policy. Yeah. And then in the chat, if
Okay.
you can, if you go through the thread, I did ask where I can find the policy, and I went into the database on Discord and I couldn't find it. And then Alberto pointed me to BT session notes from February.
Okay. So so you understand now.
Well,
Really
I
not.
have a question about it. Like, I don't necessarily agree with that policy.
Oh, okay. No. Oh,
Yes, because it goes, I think it's an example of putting policies and rules and paperwork and over people. Like I'm also questioning, like, when were you guys last paid? Like, how long usually are these payrolls going to get paid, right?
okay.
And it's, sorry, maybe I'm going over, so I can wait for my turn.
No, okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay. So no, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So okay, so to answer that one, I just want to share something about what you said about the policy that if you don't understand. Yeah, at first I was like that. I was like that at first. I said, why are we doing this policy tracking like that? I was also like a little bit against, and then I realized that while we are doing it, we are learning. I realized that if I do the policy tracking, what is that? If I do the policy tracking, yeah. When I'm doing the policy tracking, I realize that I'm
Write
learning,
down
right?
whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
And then so next time, I know that will be, so next time I will not do it again. And it's affecting also, if you know, it's affecting your bonus and everything, not only that, it's about the learning. It's about the learning. I said, okay, yeah, it's correct. I should do policy tracking, and so I should remember that this is wrong. I will not do it again. And then my question before was, so okay, so if you are asking for policy tracking, you should have warned us first that this is not okay, because as new workers, we don't know that this is breaking the policy, and we don't know what the policy is, where are the policies and everything. So I asked you before that, so there should be a warning first. So he told me that the warning is like for example, at first point 10 minutes, then it will ask that it will be more when you repeat again, to break the policy. If you break again the policy, it will be more minutes, like it will become 15 minutes, then what's that, 15 minutes, or then the next time you break again, it will be 30, like that, 1 hour. So I learned to understand, but at first I was same you. I cannot understand it at first. So I ask questions like for the past, what's that, BT sessions that I had with Jay with the bills. I had so many policy tracking because I did not know. I did not know it. So I asked him, why Jay, why like that. So if I when I understand it, I did the policy tracking. So it's just a matter maybe of like asking. It's okay. We can ask questions. Don't be afraid. Yeah, that's it from me.
Can I just reply to Joyce really quick, or should I wait for my turn?
Is Tay still here?
Maybe the baby.
Go
Tay?
ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Joyce. I feel like I share, like, to clarify, I don't think policies are bad. My observation is, um, now the policy becomes overpowering, it's taking power or importance over humans, over, the human nature of, making mistakes. We actually learn from the mistakes that we make. And if you're like discouraged to make mistakes, then there's nothing we can learn, and we cannot, grow. And so even these punishments, to be honest, I don't agree. I like what you say, give a warning, um, and really check with the person that, do you really understand and agree with this, or you have questions and we need to go through it. It's not just, there's policies here and you have just to follow and you have to track policy. That's what I perceive. But when I joined the team, there's policy here, you have to track policy, and I never understood the policy. No one really walked me through the policies. How many policies are there? Where are they? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, thank you, Joyce. I also
I
agree
hope
that, we should learn.
yeah. I
Yes,
hope I made some points there.
yes,
So
absolutely.
I'm stepping up. I'm gonna organize all our policies. Dave. It's okay.
Joyce,
Yes.
Mel, you guys should please continue facilitating. I want to take on my phone. I need like 20 minutes, please.
Mel, can you
Oh,
do you want
yeah.
to facilitate for now? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
me and you, Joyce. Yeah, so Atay, you have 20 minutes left, or you're leaving now?
I think Ataya has to go to take care of the child who's
Yeah,
crying,
for
so
20
she
minutes.
needs 20 minutes.
Oh, she needs 20 minutes. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so who's
So
next?
Jay, can I do this work?
Sure. So there's two sets of work that's been brought up. There's policy organizing, like the policy databases and all that, and organizing by category. And then there's also the Sensei model in relationship to policies. So organizing the Sensei model in relationship to policies is very, very different than organizing policies. So I'd like to speak on that, but I'll wait for my turn. And anyone who wants to work on these is certainly welcome to.
So
Okay.
I'm stepping to organize all the policies. But I mean, I'm estimating something between 10 to 12 hours of work.
More.
But I can cut it down to 4 hours if I can use massive support or GPT-4.
I mean, for me, if you want to work on policies, it's an hour and a half a week for years. It never stops. Get it? If you want to
Well,
put it into
Jay,
extra hours,
Till I
go.
get the
But it's going to take policies. I don't think 10 hours is enough time.
to have a
well,
stack.
I think it should be sufficient. I think it should just be the top policies. I don't understand why something would take 10 years. I mean, I just think that
No,
it
we
should
already
be
have.
like so
I think
easy
it would
for
take
like
a couple of
new
years,
workers,
6
you
months
know?
to 6 months to a year and a half. I think that's about the right amount of time.
But I mean, I guess like just to repeat back what Joyce is
But
saying,
focusing on the top policies, I think it's good. So that could be like, 5 to 10 hours on just the top policies sounds correct.
okay.
For organizing them, I think for the segmentation model, it might be more.
Do that.
Please get focused on the session.
Okay, Mel, you're saying something.
I just wanted to say
Mel,
that
you're saying something.
thank you for sharing that policies are a learning lesson and it's good for workers too. Maybe you had some difficulty in the beginning, but then now you understand it and you take them as learning lessons. And I hear Louisa's point that like she's literally a new worker, and even myself, I joined Discord only, I don't know, 5, 6 months ago. Um, it's really hard to navigate. I know, Alberto, I heard you speak the whole time saying that we're a professional business, they're here for a reason, it's an empowering model and stuff, but there's my own personal onboarding. It wasn't clear what the policies are, where they are, how to navigate Discord. There's 1,000 channels, it seems like, so a centralized database would be great of the top policies, especially if we're going to do more recruitment of, yeah. So I can hear why it's a little bit confusing for not only Louisa, but myself too. So check.
Yeah, I agree. It was confusing to me as well. I'm gonna do that. Yeah. I commit myself in front of all of you to do this as soon as possible. There's something good. Also, I made a proposal. Maybe if
Okay.
it makes sense. I hear it makes sense. We can change the vocabulary from policy tracking to educational policy log or something. It's another option that mirror the purpose of the policy, which is exactly what Joyce said. The purpose of policy tracking, that's why it affects only 10% of your goals. The most is to learn how the system works. And Joyce, the magnificent, said it very well.
So can we address that as a request? Or
What?
kind
A
of
proposal?
propose that now?
No, I don't want to propose it now.
Okay, cool.
Think about it. I just put it there to think about it. Maybe we change the vocabulary. Instead of policy tracking, that seems like a punishment, which is totally not a punishment. I mean, you can see, Luisa, Jay and I are the ones who do the most policy tracking. We do it. It's part of the job. We know that it's important.
Okay, so how will you say when you're asking somebody to do policy tracking?
Yeah, and also, man, don't be overwhelmed. Just don't worry about the policies. If you make a policy, we tell you. That's it. Don't go crazy about policies.
Time to
Because you
pause.
said you're changing.
Close your eyes. Count.
No, I made a proposal to change the vocabulary.
4, 5. Open your eyes.
So Alberto's making a request and a proposal, but it's not been agreed upon. Until it's agreed upon, nothing is
It's not a
changed.
request. No, it's not a request.
How is it not a request?
No, it's a proposal. We can talk about it at the next.
Yes, any proposal will be a type of request. And it can come up when we.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, to me, it's important the discussion, right? Maybe the vocabulary of policy tracking is very strong. Maybe we call it educational policy log or something like that.
So you will say you do an educational policy log.
this or more options. Usually we do options. So I'm gonna try to prioritize next Thursday.
Okay.
So whose turn is that? Who's the facilitator? Is it Mel facilitating or what's going on?
Joyce, you want to try?
So we have no
Arlene, you can try.
facilitator. What's going on?
Yep. What, Jay?
There's currently no facilitator. Is that what's happening?
Yeah,
I mean, I
he
think.
said the
I have this.
Mel. You can.
No, Joyce, you do it, please.
Okay.
You do it
So
together?
now, yeah, we do together. So Alberto finish, Mel finish. Okay. So anything else? Any additional from anybody? We
Well,
finished all the turns. So
I mean, I think we started the second round. I don't know if we finished it, but I certainly have plenty of things I would like to say.
okay, Jay.
Please, Jay.
Yeah, it's your turn. It's your turn, Jay.
Okay, so far I think I only got to speak once, so this is my second time.
Okay.
Very patiently. All right, so I have no problem whatsoever changing the names of our policies and everything like that. That's perfectly fine. So the way that I like to put policies is that we do policy tracking or policy education for literally educational purposes to learn and learn our policies and understand them. And the policies are treated to everybody equally. If you don't even know what a policy is, how could you even question the policy? A lot of organizations work like that. In fact, a lot of organizations work in a way that they purposely allow people to break policies constantly all the time.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
I feel like there's like a little bit of background noise going on. Even now, if you can mute.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe it's Joyce. But either way. So the bottom line is that a lot of organizations allow people to break policies on purpose, and then they only initiate those policies when they want to remove somebody. And it's just an excuse to remove them. It's like, oh yeah, you broke all these policies, you broke all these things, and you didn't even know you're breaking them, but now we're telling you that because you didn't even know what the policies were, right? So if you never even educate someone on the policies that they're breaking, then how can they even defend themselves or even know what is going on? And that's how you only apply policies to the leadership or to people in power. Right? So for me, I want policies that are equally distributed and everyone follows the same policies. And when you break the policy, no matter how little or how big the policy is, it's educated and communicated and documented. And it's an educational process. It's a learning process. It's not, in my perspective, it's not a punishment, because typically a punishment is like in a normal society, a punishment would be like, you're going to jail, or you're removed, or you are, paying a fine, right? Paying a fine or a penalty, some sort of additional fee would be like a punishment. So for me, the idea of communicating what policy that you broke is more of like communication as opposed to a punishment, right? Because you're just communicating. So maybe it's policy communications instead of policy tracking, right? So policy communications. And the fact that it only affects your bonus, it's not necessarily a punishment. It's like you're not necessarily, in no organization, you're not guaranteed to get your bonus. Like, so it's not like your bonus, like if your bonus is like guaranteed, then maybe it would be a punishment. But if your bonus isn't guaranteed, it's like, I don't know. I don't necessarily see it as and it's only 10% of the bonus anyways. And even then it's like barely even used. So I don't totally understand it as a punishment. For me, it's more of like a communications tool and an educational tool. But for me, the primary issue is understanding the concept of ending the immediate policy tracking. So if the issue is not the policies themselves, because I still haven't heard anything about the actual policies, I'm only hearing about policy communications and policy tracking, right? So
time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So that would mean that like the proposal would be to end immediate policy tracking, which I still don't totally understand. And if that's the proposal, let's vote on it. I absolutely. If we don't like the idea of doing policy communications and policy tracking, we should just vote on it and end it, and that's done. But then let's have a discussion about it, about why we do it and whether, like, it's like what Alberto's proposing is not that we end immediate policy tracking, but that instead we just change the name of it, which means it's still there, right? Just changing the name of it is not actually addressing what I'm hearing from Luisa, which is my understanding from Luisa, and this is, it could be a question, but is the request from Luisa to end immediate policy tracking, and that policy tracking is done in some other way. So for me, the purpose and concept of immediate policy tracking is that you don't do it in the moment, you're not going to learn. Right? That it does need to happen in the moment. In terms of addressing this idea for the policy organizing and policy database, right? The difference between the policy organizing and the segmentation model is that in the entire organization of all of our policies, nowhere does it say why we have the policy, right? The policy, the why is documented in the hours and hours and hours of discussion that it takes to create the policies and to get consensus on them. Because we are a consensus-based organization, we need a 6.5 rounded up to a 7 or higher to pass any policy. So in that concept, the segmentation model, which we have still never implemented and barely even discussed, maybe it came up once or twice in like a path topic, would document each policy not for the purpose of just seeing the policy, but to actually educate and understand why the policy exists, and more importantly, to actually empower the workers to vote on the policies. That is significantly more work than just organizing the policies. I'm very excited about doing it, fully committed to making it happen, and I think it's a requirement of the launch. We're not to get it finished, but the segmentation model as a model and implementing it needs to happen for the launch. Very, very important. So in terms of like understanding the policies, if we have no policies, there'd be no way to remove Alberto from the session. Alberto obviously broke our communications code, which is a policy, and the facilitator requested Alberto to leave. If he hadn't left, there would have been a major problem, and it would escalate further and further. And the reason why the facilitator was empowered to request Alberto to leave is because we have a policy and we were able to immediately enforce it. So for me, the idea of getting rid of policies would mean that Alberto would not have been removed.
Stretch. Please stop. Stand up. Stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
All right, I'm all about doing a stretch because it's my turn, so I'm stretching. 30 seconds. All right. So, I mean, I want to go on and on. I still need at least like, I don't know, 3-6 minutes here, but I would propose that we would basically not schedule for the next contentious session for the previous contentious session, instead schedule for this one, because I think this is obviously much more interface. We need to address this. We need to address it quickly and efficiently. So we can continue this for certainly on Wednesday. But the point is that to not have our policies being implemented immediately seems counterintuitive to having an organized model. And I think the number one priority to understand here is who and what and why are we doing empowerment, right? And so there is individual empowerment. And I think that's what I'm hearing from Luisa. Luisa thinks that Luisa is implying that the individual worker and the individuals must be empowered above all else. And for me, I understand why it would not be good to feel like you're not empowered as an individual. But my understanding of a cooperative and cooperativeship as a model is that individuals are empowered as a member in a vote of the organization. In Puto. You are not empowered individually to do what you want. You are empowered with a vote and a voice as a member of the organization, not as if an individual do whatever you want. So what does that mean? It means that if you have 10 individuals who come together and sit down for 3 hours to create one policy, each one of those members was empowered with their voice, with their communication, with their discussions, going back and forth, not being able to get consensus till they finally build the policy and build consensus for those 3 hours with 10 people. That is 30 hours of time. And for one person in 2 minutes to say, I don't want to do this policy, and I'm not going to do the policy tracking because I don't even like the policy tracking, and I don't even going to say what I don't like about the policy because I still haven't heard anything about the actual policies.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
In my perspective, that is not an imprisonment of the individual. That is not a disrespect to the individual who doesn't want to follow the policy. That is the individual disrespecting the 30 hours of time of the 10 people who sat and created that policy by consensus. And it's disrespecting the organization's commitment to empowerment of each of those individual people, because those 10 people sat in that session for 3 hours, 30 hours of time. And if an individual does not want to respect that, then they're not respecting those individuals in that 30 hours of time that those individuals took. So for me, it's completely opposite. That an individual who does not want to follow policy is disrespecting their peers who created that policy. Not, because we are cooperative. Everybody's empowered. Not the organization disrespecting the individual. So if we as an organization don't want a policy, we vote to remove the policy and get rid of it. If an individual does not want to follow the policy, that's what policy communication and policy tracking is for. Because nobody's required to follow policy. Luisa does not have to follow any policies. Mel doesn't have to follow policies. I don't have to follow policies. Alberto doesn't have to follow policies.
You will be deactivated.
I have policy tracking and policy communications. Because I don't want to follow policy, I don't have to, I track it. And I move on. Done. But what you can't do is you can't not track the policies and break policies without even knowing. That is the policy that we agreed to. That if you want to break policy, you can break policy over and over and over and over again as many times as you want to, and you can bring the policies issues to the main sessions, to the organization, say these policies suck. I don't like these policies because of this, and this reason. These policies need to be changed. Done, 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 done. But what you can't do is just ignore them and pretend like they don't exist. And I still have not seen any policy tracking from Luisa. Right? I go to the policy tracking. This would be worker org policy tracking. Alberto tracked maybe an hour and a half. Joyce has tracked a bunch of policies. Everest tracked policies. Nothing from Mamun. I tracked a bunch of policies. Nothing from Luisa. So if the proposal is to end immediate policy tracking and that we no longer have policy tracking, we no longer have policy communications, let's do it. Let's vote on it. I'm ready. Let's have a discussion. Right? If the policies are important, then let's discuss the policies.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
The policies are, when someone's scheduled for a session, they're required to show up. That's the policy that we're discussing. If that's unacceptable policy, why? And I want to hear why the policy is unacceptable and why we shouldn't be doing it anymore. If we no longer want to have the team required scheduling, that's fine. We should question that policy. What is the problem with the policy? What are the reasons? So I understand the reason why you're saying that we should end immediate policy tracking. You feel like it's a prison. You feel like it's unnecessary, that it makes people want to, that they feel like they're being controlled, right? So if that's the case, then is it going to be good enough to change the name of it to like policy communications, or policy education, or policy education communications, or whatever? Or do we need to really actually change the process itself and propose to end immediate policy tracking and policy communications? So I think that's perfectly fine. If that's the proposal, let's discuss it, let's vote on it, and let's change our policy. If it's not serving the team anymore, let's get rid of it. All about it. But there needs to be justification and clarification and understanding. So, I mean, I have a lot more things that I wanted to say here, especially about the bottleneck stuff. Under our conflict evolution policy itself, step 0 is directly and immediately address the issue in the moment. So under our policies of conflict evolution, all workers are encouraged to always address any issue in the moment. I did my best to do that. I do not feel it was reciprocated. If that's a bad policy and that no one should be encouraged to address things in the moment, then let's discuss that. Maybe all contention should never be addressed in the moment and should just always wait until another time. But that's not our current policy. And then also, of course, I am proposing that we, end Hydra.
I'm proposing probation as well.
I know you're proposing for probation as well. And so, I think that's, I guess I have 2 more last things that I'm done. So, in terms of like what Joyce and you were talking about before, I think it's important to acknowledge in all of these communications that the original issue started at 15 past the hour, and then 45 minutes later is where you said, I can, but I don't even know when I'll get paid, so I'm not understanding why I need to do it, in terms of our statement that we all agreed on, right? It's required. It's a policy. So that was 45 minutes, and it went for at least another 15 to 20 minutes, if not even another half an hour.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So that's a very long time into the communications of this situation. In relationship to the actual discussion, because I do think it's helpful, which I had right here, and now I lost it, of course. Let's see. I think I'm lost on it. Where did it all go? Yes, okay. Oh boy. All right, I lost it. Anyways, I tried to pull up the communications, but the bottom line is that what I saw was that
we have all the transcripts, Jay. You know the transcripts?
Well, it's always nice just to look directly at it, but but the point is at the very beginning, you said we could have done Hydra today, just didn't want to waste time and money because we need Jay's input. That was the trigger for me, and that was at 12:15, like 12:16, or not 12:16, 16 after the hour. And the reason why that was the trigger for me is because you said you could have done the work, but you chose not to because you needed my input. And that's always going to be a trigger for me. You guys all understand that. If you cannot find a single thing to work on out of the thousands of responsibilities and assignments that we've made, that's always going to be a problem for me. And that's why I responded that sounds like an excuse. The idea of nothing to work on, yes, maybe you would prefer to work on one thing, but there's always other things to work on. So I obviously did not respond well, but it was immediately triggered from the very, very beginning. Right? And then instead of going into it further, I just asked to do policy tracking because you skipped the session without canceling it. And then no one did it, obviously. And it could have ended right there. It's like, okay, you didn't do the work. So again, comes back to like, should there be a requirement for people to follow through with their schedule? That's really the bottom line. And as far as, I'm not going to go into all the bottlenecks, but the biggest bottleneck of all is by far the assets. There's no bigger bottleneck than the assets. And the assets, as just an example, just like all of this is like my baby, right? It's like we can't just like give over the assets to someone else to just do whatever they want with it. It's like,
to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
I probably wouldn't be comfortable with like really turning over any asset stuff for, I don't know, 20, 30 hours of sessions of like commitment before I'd be ready to like turn that over. You know, it's like nobody's even tried to schedule about the Google Calendar. I think we talked about it once in a main session in the last month, and then no one scheduled to follow up on it. The fictitious business name, I can easily give Mel permission to go do all the fictitious business name herself if she wants to for her organization, but again, that would be outside of the context of doing it as an organization and getting the responsible organizing set up. So I would love to do that. If Mel just wants to go on and do it on her own, that's fine. I can send you the information right now. Just ask me. I'll send it to you right now. You'll do it on your own. Right? So I go on and on like that. Like for the websites, Luisa, if you want access to the SVG website, we can do that right now, and you can work on the SVG website. There's other websites that literally don't even exist yet, so I can't even give them access to you. Right? So it really just depends on what website you want to prioritize. Anyways, I think that is, and I would love, and I have a request. I would love, my request is to send more information on behaviors that build trust. I love what you were saying about that, and very, very interesting. So if you could send that over to me with like links. And then I do think that we need some policies and related to either just our own process, but like presenting copyrighted material and videos without clarity on what they are and how they're being put into context. I think we could have policies on that as well. Because I did not understand that material. It's extremely copyrighted. It says very clearly that it basically you're not empowered by the company to present all these materials that you shouldn't be. And there's even an entire notification of copyright infringement for people who are presenting this information publicly, you know, that I don't know. It's just all very, very interesting. So I think that it would be good to have some clarity on that in the future as well. Anyways, I go on and on, but that's just like at least getting my list. Check. And I feel like we should continue on Wednesday. Check.
I feel that that Luisa is definitely linked with this company as an agenda.
I couldn't hear you. What?
Tanya Brown.
I didn't hear you.
Luisa is in business relationship with this company that she's pushing forward.
Oh, I mean, it was like a commercial. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a for-profit company. They're trying to make money, so we just
Luisa, in my opinion, in my feeling, she's involved and she's trying to push forward her agenda.
Wow.
So, Luisa, do you want to reply to
but I do want to say that I'm very thankful that Luisa did start communicating and giving us her heart and her view, because I agree with Ate and Joyce, you know, about just wanting to hear from your heart and wanting to hear your own personal perspective. I mean, for me, that's what it is, treating someone like a human being. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear why you think these policies are terrible. If the only policy you don't like is just the immediate policy tracking, then let's just focus on that proposal and vote on it and try to create some options and change our policy on policy tracking. No problem with that. You know, but
Joyce or Luisa, Jay?
What?
You're talking to me or to Luisa, Jay?
I'm talking to all of us, but you know, overall, like in terms of like listening to Rhea speak, for me, the thing that resonated the most was how important it is to be vulnerable. And vulnerable is speaking from your heart, and speaking as an individual is extremely vulnerable. You know, and so I'm really glad that Luisa did finally start doing that. It's great. Okay.
Okay, so you wanna reply from that one, Luisa?
We're skipping the repetition.
I'm back.
Great, Ate. Yeah, Jay just finished. And Joyce has been facilitating, so you guys can both do that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, let her just go
Yes.
ahead.
Ate can continue. Yeah. Ate can continue for now.
Okay, great.
Okay, so Jay just finished Ate. So we need
Mhm.
somebody to repeat what he said.
Okay. Is anyone to repeat what Jay just said?
I can repeat.
Okay.
There you
Go ahead.
go. Okay, so it's got the so Jay uh, has been focusing at the beginning on the lack of any discussion on the policy itself, right? Because everything has been triggered by this policy that it hasn't been brought up again, right? So instead the problem is the policy tracking itself. So he said that that's I mean, the point is that he was uh, uh, he has been analyzing a statement from Luisa that said that people should come first before policies. But the point is that we are, they explained that we are a co-op, so people are empowered, but they're empowered as a component, as a member of the co-op, and they have one vote, which is equal to everybody else's vote. So this is the way that you are empowered a co-op. Also, to say that he was criticizing the another statement of Luisa that she said over and over that it's disrespectful, it's a punishment to the policy tracking. When instead Jay explained his point of view that it's very disrespectful to the people that have put time, brains, serious discussions, and then co-creating consensus to to originate the policy. This is very disrespectful. Somebody just doesn't care about the history. This is my term, this term, the history of the policy.
Time to
That's
pause.
a reason.
Stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
That's a reason. The reason is that people, professional people, serious people, they spend time, effort. The point is that any policy can be this is not negotiated. Like, I'm going to try to go what I'm sure it is. So then he linked with this, he linked to the fact that if we want, he's ready to go to just don't be president anymore or change the name or whatever we want to propose. But the point is that he also made clear that policies are necessary in a professional environment. Otherwise, everybody does whatever they want. So things don't happen. No. And the policies, again, as we repeated, the policies are an educational tool because uh, by it's and the policy tracking should be done at the moment. So when you're made aware that you've broken a policy, you use policy tracking. So you learn the policy and you can fight this policy if you don't know. This is the good what FTV. You learn the policy, but you reverse strategy. Then you don't like it, you fight it. Instead of many evil corporations, evil many evil. So that instead they have all these policies that they keep that almost nobody knows, so that when they need to get rid of some capital resource, some human resource, they just Well, we work in policies for 1 year, and we can fire them. So the point of the policy tracking is also to make people learn the policies. They are empowered to fight them if they don't like them. But if you don't know them, and this was maybe 2/3 of what you said, and then the last part is that I need to check the notes now. For well, nobody took notes for Jay.
Covered everything pretty good.
I'm using now the third segment, Jay. What you said was about. Oh yes, it was about the fact that also we should
Stop and get ready.
get policy.
Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
Should have policy. Also, I want to add something important that you said. The policies are also protection, right? Because without the policies, Alberto, which was out of control, would have been possible to just kick him out of the session to make sure that he went back to a civil behavior. So policies are what they are, but I mean, the point is that here, the difference here, what Jay said, the difference here is that you want to make sure that everybody knows the policies, so that if they don't like them, they can change them. They can make a proposal to change them. So to end, he said that probably we should have a policy also for bringing copyright material in session. It's not clear. This material is obviously commercial material that has been brought to the session. Probably this is something I'm adding. Jay didn't say this. I'm going to stop you. Jay, I know I missed something.
No, you did perfect. That was great. Very, very good. And the only other thing I want to add is that just like I personally would like to escalate these policies. That's just my own personal interest to have clarity. So I definitely would like clarity on why not follow them, why not track them, and then also if we're proposing to end the immediate policy tracking, to have more clarity on exactly what the proposal is through the request. Great. Okay. Great job.
What policies, Jay? This one, This
Again,
two?
the policy is basically that when someone's scheduled for a session, they're required to show up.
Yeah, these two policies, right?
And I mean, the other policy was that the team is required to make sure at least one buddy scene happens, but we approved, like, this policy was very well done. Like, we accomplished this policy, This policy, we should give everybody hour of gold star, right? 1 hour gold star to everyone for, it's been what, 2 weeks of not missing a session? I mean, we've been doing really good. Even with Alberto gone. Very impressive.
Yeah.
But, so really, it's only one single policy that is even up for debate here. I haven't heard any other policy at that moment.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And then the other policy, obviously, is immediate policy tracking, right? That is, I think, the primary issue at this time, right? Is that what Luisa is saying is that she does not, what I am interpreting Luisa to say is that she does not like the immediate policy tracking model that we have. She thinks it should be changed and more flexible. And so let's discuss that. Let's make that a topic. Let's discuss that. Let's change and update our current immediate policy tracking model. Yeah. If it's not working for us. But it still doesn't disregard the actual policy that was the issue, right? And I'm going to look for the So there's a bunch of proposals actually related to real-time policy.
To me, this is this sentence here, line. Where you're asking here, line 151 was more than 24 hours ago. So now Luisa is required to do policy tracking for not having enough policy tracking within 24 hours. Otherwise, she's up to be voted for review.
So yeah, so I mean that would be definitely a good thing to address between now and Wednesday. Because if Luisa's totally against that, then let's address it. And if you can link the actual policy, that's what I'm looking for now.
The policy is about real policy tracking, real-time policy tracking. That the EVAL is empowered to enforce the 24 hours policy track for removals. Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
I mean, this is definitely one of them. I'll put this down and holy moly, we are at line 615. This is insane. I don't know if I've ever seen it get this long. That's wild.
Also, I would request to Luisa to clarify if she was trying to push forward a personal business before, or it's just something that she admires. Because I'm having a different feeling. Not wrong usually.
Move around for 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, we need to stretch. I always go for the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I agree with what Mel was saying, that basically this is a personal thing that she likes, and that it was a mistake to miss the session. But it's like I feel like there's also more than that there's beyond just the mistake. Then it was engaging continually for an hour and a half.
Let's see.
But it would be good to stretch.
Okay.
There we go.
I found this one. I put it on line 615. 615. So
there we go. This is the policy.
So it says existing policy required to do policy tracking.
Yeah, we reviewed it and updated lately, and it's you already put it.
So yeah, so this is the policy on line 626. Once you're informed, you're required to do the policy tracking within 24 hours. If you don't, you can be told to do policy tracking and not doing policy tracking.
But she hasn't had the warning. I mean, she had the warning now.
Well, no, that's a separate policy. In terms of doing the 24-hour notice is a separate thing. So in general, if you don't hack policy within 24 hours, then you have to do policy on policy tracking, and it can get escalated to the 24-hour warning, which hasn't happened yet. But the point is that this is a very important policy to not only review, but then to understand why it exists, and then most importantly, is this something Luisa feels? Because this is the epitome of what you're talking about here, Luisa, is that if you don't like doing policy tracking in general, this takes it 10 times further. This is saying when you don't do policy tracking, what happens afterwards. And this is how serious we take this in our current model. And so we are perfectly fine to discuss this, to review it, to change it. And this is where you start getting into what you're talking about, punishment. Because we're saying, like, you are not punished for following policy. If you don't want to follow policies, you do never have to follow policies, and we will never punish you up to the point that you don't do policy tracking. Then it gets escalated, and then it leads to punishment. So basically, if you do not like this policy, we need to discuss this, between now and Wednesday, and discuss this and understand it and change it to be aligned with something that you would like. or are you just going to do the policy tracking?
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And I personally think this is great because it ensures that it's addressed. If this was all just done in secret in the background, like, oh yeah, we just do whatever we want as leaders and we can just basically decide anything and fire anyone, whoever, and do whatever we want to. But instead, we follow the policies, and everybody is required to do the policies equally in the entire co-op. And so, by escalating this and addressing it, we need to address it now with you and in Mamun over the next couple of days. Because if this is a problem and you don't like this policy, let's address it. Let's change the policy. Let's get rid of it if we don't like it. If it's not serving the team anymore, we should get rid of it, and everyone gets a vote on it. Every individual.
So again, bottom line, we are a business in the business of making money. You want to be paid, you do policy tracking. Otherwise, you get fired.
Can I update your role? Right, we are an organization of resources. Our resources are taken very seriously. We are building resources to transform the world. Without resources, we cannot transform the world, and we will not get resources without professionality. Right? So for me, it's not about the money, it's about the resources.
Yeah, I'm simplifying because people
I know. I just want to make sure that
take serious the word money in business. So I'm trying to force this to this. Of course, we're totally different. But the point is that bottom line, we are a business here, right? We're not an anarchy that you go and do whatever you want. You want to get paid, otherwise you become a volunteer and you do whatever you want.
Yes, you can become a volunteer and do whatever you want. Exactly. Oh boy.
You want to get paid, you follow.
So anyway, I think I'm going to back over to Ate or Joyce or whoever, like, whatever you want to do moving on. But we can address this for Wednesday, but we should address it now if it's a major issue.
I don't know how it goes, but I think it's the second word.
So can we ask Luisa to say what maybe she has some more questions or she has to say something about what Jay said?
Yeah, so you want me to reply to Jay's questions?
Yeah,
are we starting a new
reply?
Yeah, okay. We're not starting a new round, yeah? I'm just replying to his.
I mean, I feel like
if you have.
1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So my recommendation to the team is that we need to wrap up and move on and get to Wednesday. And to schedule this to continue on Wednesday, because there's a lot going on here. It's all very, very healthy for the organization to address and work with. But the only thing I think is outstanding at this moment is our policy on policy tracking, because if the issue is not the policy, because I still have not heard anything in regards to the policy itself, and it's about the actual policy tracking itself, the policy on policy tracking is the epitome of what you're addressing, Luisa, because this is where we go from simple educational processes to punishment, right? And this is very serious. And if this is something that you are, and that's line 630 is where it actually goes into the punishment, exactly. So there's like 4 or 5 steps that eventually go to punishment, but that basically can happen over the next 3 or 4 days. So if you are totally against the concept of doing policy tracking in this regard, my request would be to address this immediately right now, try to find a solution, at least temporarily until Wednesday, so that we don't have to go through this. Otherwise, you just agree to do the policy tracking like all the rest of us, and then we move on, and we can discuss it more on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, so can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's, for me, doing policy tracking is not a big deal. Writing, whatever I need to write on the policy tracking thread, totally fine.
What I was questioning is and I mentioned that with Joyce as well, is I would like to understand the policy before I just follow it and do it. So, in this case, I think my question was, um, the for okay. Let me take this example of this policy. So I did sign up as a leader, stepped up as a leader for the quadrant or coordinator, and there are sessions that has been scheduled. That I'm also working through. I did put down my name, Mamun, and Melissa, who are the people who were signed up for these lots. Now I schedule a time with you to do sponsorship, and I know what came after was very triggering to you, and I would like to hear more about that, because it's probably like pointing to the vulnerability process,
Pause. Please
because
close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
you mentioned that I could have done anything, and to be honest, I really couldn't think of anything I could have done during that time. And so again, policy is for me. Okay, what I understood was I need to make sure that a session happens during that quadrant. And so I thought, you and Joyce and they scheduled to have a session during Hydra, and so me and Mamoon basically, he didn't reply to even like whether he will be at the session that I proposed to do with you JML. And then he showed up and he's like, oh yeah, I'm ready to do this session. And I was like, well, but Jade is not around to do sponsorship, and I don't know what to do with him during that time. So but maybe I could have updated him on what happened because he missed out. I don't know. I was like I don't know, like, this is a good use on my time, and the resources are within the organizations. And then also I came from a meeting that happened the day before about if you don't have anything to do or to report on the main sessions, you don't have to be there. It is I know that whenever I show up at these meetings, I am taking resources from I'm also the resource, right? I'm getting compensation hopefully from showing up. So I totally understand. That's I've been a boss before. I've been owner of a company or shareholder. I understand these resources are limited, and by the way, I also probably noticed there's a bit of a conflict of interest, drafting these policies that we need to follow. And I honestly was also frustrated about the fact that in the last week, what I wanted to do, because also it goes back to my goals that I set, that I wanted to do, move forward the sponsorship timeline and websites. I couldn't do it because we had to prioritize the deadlines, and we're still not getting over it. It's been an entire week of prioritizing them. So again, it's not about the policy tracking or not tracking. It's about why are we doing policy tracking? And you write it here is to educate people about these policies. So are you educating or you're creating an environment so people are empowered to understand, to agree to these policies, and then to track them, right? And then punishment is just a tool, right? It's just using it to like enforce a behavior that you would like to people to do.
Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
So I feel like it's again the core issue is empowerment, and being able to say, okay, I don't feel that this is correct to try, to ask me to try something that I don't know, that I have no awareness of, that I have no clarity of. And I know you did mention also how disrespectful was for you that I ignored you, and I'm sorry you feel that way. It wasn't my intention to ignore you. It was intention of protecting the trust that we have built so far. Because I know going into a session to resolve a conflict situation in a heated emotional state is not is not really resolving anything. You're just going to fight and have an argument. So that's boundary. So I'm creating a boundary, which is also essential to create trust and build trust. And lastly, what I wanted to say was, there's so many things, right? But lastly, I wanted to say was, lastly, I wanted to say was the bottleneck issue. I think it's unfortunate so that has not been addressed, which is like actually the main problem. And again, it's not about people not taking responsibility. It's about there isn't. Honestly, I really don't know what I can do without talking to you, Jay, about things and you telling me what to do. And I feel like I cannot be creative with that as well. Like I have to do it the way you want me to do it. And so like there is a lot of fear around working. Check.
Just to make it very clear, when you ignore Jay, it's not just about Jay, right? It's about the whole team, right? So you should be addressing the whole team, Luisa. Because if you ignore Jay, you create these situations that affects everybody. There's nobody.
Yeah, so my question was about, for instance, the Google Calendar. Why do we need to talk to Jay about, working on the Google Calendar? We're just like, putting the events that are happening on the Google Calendar.
But that's not what it is. It's much more than that, and you need to be able to repeat back exactly what the responsibilities are if you want to take the responsibility. So if you can state all the responsibilities for the Google Calendar, I'll happily give it to you right now. But I don't think you can because we haven't scheduled it. Go over the details.
Right, and I've attempted to schedule many times. So it is not that, I feel like a lot of time I have been blamer, quote unquote, right, of not taking responsibility, of making excuses. And I just wanted to make sure that you understand that these are not excuses. This is really how I feel. This is not, I don't take responsibility, which Melissa also has shared that I've taken a lot of I stepped up and I reached out. I asked to schedule, right? So I was just like, the last thing I was touching back on the conflict of interest. I feel like there is a conflict of interest with some of these policies that have been created.
Could you explain the conflict of interest again?
So, for instance, the half pay stop or full pay stop, I understand it's a tool to make people prioritize things and do work. However, the consequence is people are not getting paid, which is unfair. And as the owner of the Jurison funds or Alberto owners of the funds that you put into ACU or Alpha, it's a conflict of interest because now you're keeping the money for longer.
So I mean, I agree with that half pay stops in general are very, very serious, as well as upfront pay stops. Every single one of them is agreed by consensus, and we should review and reconsider them and re-vote on them. And I think that on August 1st, there were too many half pay stops, and that is a problem. So we need to review all the half pay stops and the timeline of all the half pay stops and make sure there's clarity around it. The fear around the working and the addressing and assigning work is an ongoing issue, and that needs to be addressed in and of itself. I agree 100%. The bottlenecks, ongoing issue, and need to address it 100%. Agree. Right? But it's all about priorities. The Google Calendar, we haven't had a Google Calendar updated for like 3 years. And we don't necessarily need that right now. It's not the number one top priority. So if we can't find time to schedule for it, when people aren't asking me every single day, if you ask me every single day to schedule for the Google Calendar, we'll get there. But I just don't know if it's necessarily the number one top priority. And there's a lot of other priorities. So as far as having clarity on the situation, I am very happy to hear that you're willing to do the policy tracking and that would make me feel really good. The policy tracking that we're requesting you to do is simply a strike. It's 0.1 hours of policy tracking for simply just missing a session.
No,
And
I said it was on policy keeping.
Twice.
I said it was communication.
And then there's also policy tracking on not doing policy tracking, right? Is that right? So it's just but I don't really care about the second one. What I really care about is just the 0.1 hours for just not turning to the scheduled session. I understand that you were confused about the policies, that there's two separate policies. One of them.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
One of the policies is about making sure a session happens, which is your leadership role, and you did that. Great, great, great. Wonderful. The other one is that if you schedule, because you're not required to schedule as the octant leader, you are not required to schedule for that particular octant, but you as an individual worker, not as the octant leader, were also scheduled, as well as you and Mamun. Both of you didn't show up for the sessions, and my understanding, and I might be wrong, because you didn't show up, it's a strike. It's 0.1 hours. If you want to do 0.05 hours, I really don't care. Or even 0.001 hours. I don't care how many hours you put. It's just that the policy was not followed. Right? That's pretty much it. It's just a learning experience. And in the future, we can discuss whether or not we want to remove Hydra or whatever. We're not doing that now. We're going to discuss that like on Wednesday. As far as the only assumption that I'm hearing, which I think is very, very important to respond to. Before I respond to that, I want to say one other thing, is that I'm committed to being here as long as needed. If you want to continue for another 3 hours to address, for example, your primary paid position, which is the eval position, we haven't even discussed that. Like, sponsorship is not why you're here. You are here for your eval position, and I don't even work on eval. So the idea that you need me to do anything related to the eval position, I don't understand that concept. And that is literally your primary position. And I feel like you're ignoring it. You're just not even addressing the fact that you've been assigned with a very important role in the organization. And it's as if it doesn't even exist. And that's your primary.
Okay, I need to interrupt you, please.
Well, can I just finish? But you can interrupt me if you want to. But I
want to interrupt you because what I want to make very clear here is that you may believe it or not, but I have transformed into what I say, warrior of light. So I feel when somebody is lying or is not telling the truth or is not being honest. I feel it. I know it immediately. You can believe it, you can believe it. So we can take all the time we want, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. I stay here as well to discuss anything that you need to discuss. And if you're not honest, like, I may be wrong, but I don't think so, because I am what I am. And what you just said now, the last part, it was definitely not the truth.
Can I continue? So I mean, for me, personally feeling, I feel like it's an opinion. Fine, everyone's welcome to have their opinions, but let me just finish what I was going to say, which is simply that you know, I'm willing to stay here and work it out as long as needed, as long as like my dad doesn't need help or my family.
3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Because that does happen sometimes. But I do want to address the assumption, because I am hearing a very, very specific assumption. Everybody knows, including Mel, that I am terrible at writing text messages. I'm terrible writing messages, period. Especially text messages, especially just messages in general. And most people in the world generally are not particularly good at writing text messages. And to treat people as human beings, you communicate as in audio format, at least, if not even video format. And that's how you communicate to people. And so when I hear you say that you feel like I was in a heated emotional state and I was incapable of communicating as a professional, I think those are all assumptions. I do not feel like what is written in the text is directly applicable to how a actual live session would go. You know, if I'm working for somebody or the boss or whoever, and they ask me to, like, if the boss asks someone to come into the office to discuss something, typically it's in private. We don't do private. if you don't go into the room with the boss, like your other option is just grabbing your box and walking out onto the street and going home, right? Like, or something. I don't know. Like it just, I feel like it's an assumption. I didn't feel like I was in a super heated emotional state, incapable of having a professional discussion at that time. So it's fine that you had that opinion of how I was typing myself and writing it out. But for me, that's an opinion and not the actual reality situation. You can ask Joyce. She was on the call with me the whole time. You can watch the video. It's all recorded. My perspective of that video is it was very quiet. And we were focused on trying to do work. Check. And also just one more thing. The model that's set up for a cooperative, the power, which is what we're talking about here, because if we want to change policies, we want to change what we're doing, we do not agree with the current systems, we're talking about power. The power of the co-op is the main session. Period. You want to make decisions, you want to be involved in power, you come to the main sessions. You do not come to the main sessions, you have no power. That is the model that we have. If you only want to come to work sessions, buddy team sessions are not where power is located. When you come to a buddy team session, you do work. If you have issues with the working models and all things going on in the work,
please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
If you have issues with what is happening within a work session, you go to the main session where the power lies. And we don't do our network equity yet, but within our network equity, we issue all of our power and our power equity and our power value within the main sessions only. So you can work as many sessions as you want to, as many buddy team work sessions as you want to. If you don't come to the main session, you don't have power. And that's very specifically done on purpose. So during buddy team sessions, if issues arise and things come up, there is a specific hierarchy. There's a specific empowered management and situational conduct and leadership and relationship. Like if we had 10 buddy teams all happening simultaneously and some issue occurs, that is not a time and place where power is implemented. It is a hierarchy with the purpose of getting work done. That's the model. All the power comes into the main session where everyone's equal. During buddy team sessions, during work sessions, my understanding of the policies, and I may be wrong, but this is my understanding, it is not equality and equal power for everybody one vote. That's the main session. Okay.
Is Ate still facilitating?
Oh, no.
No, she's not here anymore.
Yeah, I think
okay. Is Joyce facilitating?
Okay, so what do the team wants now? Any suggestion?
I could reply
Shall
to
we
this and
wrap
then
up?
we should, I think I need to check
Okay.
out because I'm getting tired.
Okay, so you want to reply to this? Okay, Luisa.
Yeah. So let's apply and then do wrap up and check out, and then if Luisa, you eventually do the pause checking. We're good to go for Wednesday. Yeah.
Okay, to reply, okay, just going back to the notes. My evil position, because you mentioned that I need to like focus my work on the evil role. I need to schedule, work sessions with Alberto, who was on, I'm not sure if he's back. He was on leave. I couldn't do it. And then I had a sponsorship that, came from before I actually took on the evil position. I have an assumption.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I have an assumption of you being in a heated emotional state because when I said that I was not comfortable in getting to a session right now,
at the moment to discuss about the policy, you asked me again and again and again and again. So I feel like my boundary wasn't respected, and I didn't feel safe to get on the meeting, regardless of you are my boss or not. Like, it's just, it goes into like, human rights a bit. And I have nothing to say about, what the power, like, I'm still understanding how this system work. And so, yeah, maybe, one more thing to reply to Alberto was, this Brunette Brown is a researcher, and it's someone that I look up to. I've bumped onto her randomly, and what she said just makes a lot of sense. I wish, she has been around for longer, but, you showed up, and she's taking a lot of great, he's becoming really popular. It was just, you skipped the video, but she has 36 million views on her TED Talk. And so that's the reason why there's no affiliation to her. There is no, I would say also copyright infringement, because what I did was, this information is just public knowledge. You can go on the website. I can, pull up the website from the homepage and then go into the link. It's just very easy, straightforward.
Where is it?
It's on Brunette Brown's website, the website that I shared.
So I couldn't find the actual information.
Right. Because you don't know what I'm just saying it's not like a deep, like, it's not, I feel like what they wrote in the disclaimer was, you can scrape the website, you can use the website for other for profit purpose, which I am not in this case doing. I'm not using it to make money out of it. I'm using it just to create, and I'm really sad that it didn't really get through the message that at the very beginning was very important for me to say, and to create this understanding that I am not here to disrespect anyone. I'm not here to judge your work. I'm here to give honest feedback. There are, probably it's a hard conversation, and that's why I was like, let's make sure that you understand where I'm coming from. And then again, it's like, I have the privilege to walk away from a paid job. I don't have to keep working, and if it's not in alignment with who I am, what I stand for, and my purpose, I can't keep doing this. So like, I feel really turned off by Alberto's continuous violent communication, even if he multiple times said sorry and he will not do it again. I felt attacked.
And stretch and move around.
I felt attacked, on like, not just, this policy tracking thing. I got attacked on who I am as a person, like, my professionalism, my, yeah, it was just like, I'm sorry that Jay, you felt attacked by me saying I need you to give me feedback on this thing. But yeah, I feel that.
Then apologize.
Yeah, I don't feel. Yeah, but Alberto, again, you say sorry, but you will do again. I don't have
Wait,
the
Alberto,
trust.
wait.
The trust that maybe we're building at the beginning is gone, because you already said sorry. You already say I will not do it again, and today you did it again, and it was even worse. So it's just like, I'm really turned off by that, and I'm really turned off by the fact that there was no, maybe I'm just sad that my message did not get through, which is like, hey guys, let's be more like let's create more of a team unity rather than breaking each other's apart and blaming. That's it. Check.
We're not here to build trust. I don't care. I don't trust anybody. We're here to work. Right?
Then I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't know what you want to do. This is not in alignment with my values.
Please be honest, at least. You're not being honest with what you want to do.
Yeah, I am being honest. This is not how I work, and if there's no trust with the people I work with, I'm sorry, I cannot do this.
Okay. So, I mean, a couple of things. One, I just wanted to say, when I finally calmed down, I calmed down when you said, I don't feel I can make an informed decision at this time. I request a vote of general session. And for me, that was just like very clear why you didn't want to jump on the call, why you did not want to move forward. And I was like, great, okay, stop, moving on. So, and that was like very helpful to get that information and understand why you weren't willing to move forward. And that answered my question on that. In terms of like the current situation, you know, Alberto is completely out of control. You know, the problem is we don't have clear policies to implement. We have an entire set of proposals, what we call the real-time policy tracking proposals, and we even did a voting form for it. And we've evolved it multiple times since then, and all of these policies need to be voted on. And I'm all about instituting real-time policy tracking, and because it's out of control, it's unacceptable what's going on in this session. And we have no way.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And we have no way of really addressing it as a team because we don't have clear policies on these issues. So for me, I'm much more in the other direction, that the problem is there's not enough policies, there's not enough clarity on the policies, as opposed to the, I don't know, my assumption that what Luisa is saying is that she thinks that we should get rid of the policies, right? Or get rid of the
I
policy.
didn't say that.
Well, you're saying the policy tracking.
No, I didn't say that.
I don't think she said that either.
Okay, well, I don't understand what she's saying then, because it's like,
But she's not honest.
what is the issue? Like, what? Because if the issue is the policy, then what's the problem with the policy, and why aren't you doing policy tracking in terms of not showing up for a session? If you feel like you did show up for your session, then let's address that. Maybe you didn't break a policy, right? Or
I'm okay with
policy tracking.
I'm okay doing that. You know, it's not about the policy tracking.
So then, what is it about?
It's about management and leadership in the system.
Management and leadership and the system. Okay, but you yourself don't want to step up. You want to step down.
Well, I did step up and I got hurt because I got, I did step up. I really tried to help and bring, take some load off of your shoulder, Jay. And then, I got blamed that, I did not track policy, or I did not schedule with it, did not take responsibility. I was not professional. I was like, that was a little too much.
Yeah, I agree.
So just to make sure it's clear, you're saying that in this, I think you're relating to the specific language that I used in relationship to the original notification. I think we have it here in the notes, right? Oh wait, no, these are different notes. Here we go. So the original notification, I said, this sounds like an excuse to me. If you have no work, then
Yes.
it's your own fault. We had a main session yesterday. Anyone could have prioritized any question asked to get support on, and you did not prioritize. So again, right now,
I had to wait 40 minutes. I was very tired.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, it's like I'm willing to be here as long as I possibly can to do whatever I can to support you, but there will always be times and situations.
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
There will always be times and situations that are out of any of our control, that you are simply asleep when I'm awake, and that I am simply awake when you're asleep, and there's just nothing much we can do about that. And it's a very unfortunate situation, but realistically, as an organization and where we are right now, I need to hire people who can be available at the times that I need to schedule and do work. We knew from the very beginning that it was going to be very difficult to schedule during Hydra, and it would go very slow. And so I thought that was like the foundation that we were building, but that we were moving forward. So, I apologize that there wasn't more clarity on those restrictions in relationship to the work that we would be able to collaborate on and do together. But yeah, so I mean, I certainly apologize if this came way too harsh and way too fast. Let's read it one more time. So I was saying it sounds like an excuse. Like, to me, saying that basically you have nothing to work on is jaw-dropping. You said it multiple times today, that you literally just have nothing to work on. Like, if I go to a session, I will not leave that session until I am absolutely 100% clear on exactly what my responsibility is and exactly what I need to do before the next session. And that is the expectation for everybody on the team. If you come to a main session, you come to a session with me, and you're not sure of exactly what you need to do after the session, you need to prioritize and ensure that the topic is focused on your assignment and what the work is that you need to do, and that's your responsibility as a worker. Right? So for me, there has to be some type of responsibility on individual workers. Again, we live all over the world. I can't micromanage anybody. And that's the trust that I give to each worker. I trust that each worker is accountable to themselves. And if they have questions about what they need to do, they're going to bring it up. If they don't say anything, my assumption will always be everyone knows exactly what they need to do because they didn't say that there was a problem or an issue with their work. Right? So
Well, let me bring Mamun as an example. Like, he doesn't know what he needs to do.
Let's fire Mamun. If Mamun's not part of the team, I'm ready to fire him. Boom, gone.
Well,
Let's
to be
hire
honest, I'll
somebody
maybe give
who
him
does
the
want to
benefit of the doubt.
Say again?
I don't know. Like, I was just saying that maybe, you know, like, I feel like from what I've experienced on Mamun, he really tried. It's like a difficult hours for him too. He got kids. It's like he tried. It's probably the system is not really working for people
No,
like
Mamun
us.
doesn't give a shit. Mamun doesn't give a shit. But
That's violent and
it's
unnecessary.
violent. It's violent. It's violent. Talk about Mamun now. We start talking about Mamun now. What are we talking about here? Talk about yourself.
I don't know if Mamun.
It's also violent.
Of doing the work.
Yeah, it's also violent.
But let's just focus on our own things. And for me, like, I'm just trying to review the communications that I did, the problems that I made. But again, for me, that's a trigger point. If people say they can't do work, I'm like, what's going on? Why aren't people able to do work? That is a major problem in an organization. If you come to a session, you spend 3 hours in a session, which we have to pay you overtime for, many times double overtime during the main session, and then you leave that session, you have no work to do.
I've left the main session at the very beginning not knowing what I needed to do.
I know, but
maybe a training.
You should bring up that at the beginning of the session.
But I'm still learning how these things work. Nobody said, to be honest, nobody told me you come to the main session is where you actually get assigned work. Yeah, I had to have a session with you, and we went through the sponsorship, remember? And then I was told that I
5 sponsorship trainings with you, or at least 3.
Right, but at this moment, like, I did my timeline, and now I need the feedback. I don't know what to do next. Even like you telling me, I'll give you the login to the website. What am I gonna do with that?
I mean, I just assume these are problems that all organizations have with new workers. Like, it just takes time.
Right, but then it's wrong to put then the responsibility on the worker. I don't feel it's my responsibility to like, you know, fight for work, like, you know, stepping on the other people's toes, and they're, you know, like, if somebody's already doing payroll, somebody's doing assets, and somebody's already doing, I'm like stepping on their toes.
No one's doing
you know
payroll.
What I'm saying?
No one's doing payroll. Everyone's.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
I don't know who's doing payroll.
Wow. Look at this message from Joyce. Joyce was begging for help on payroll right before you even communicated about all this stuff, and no one stepped up to help her.
She did ask Ate to do the bills, and then Ate did not reply, and I said, you know, if you need help, I'm here, let me know, to which she did not reply.
Oh, you're right, it was
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bills,
so again, it's like, they're like, you know, system failures here that needs to be addressed, and again, I'm really tired right now. I can't keep going for another, you know, an hour.
We should never assume that the work is getting done. That's definitely not a good idea.
Yeah, let's cancel this word trust. Trust in pieces doesn't exist. We don't trust nothing. Nothing.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Instead of saying that we don't trust anything,
that's wrong.
Alberto,
wait.
I feel like I agree that saying, like, we don't have to trust nothing is very, very masculine, very, you know, and semi-violent. what our motto is that we double and we triple and quadruple check everything, and then we verify it. That's what we do. That is our model. So you can't say something's going to be done unless you've double, triple, quadruple checked it and verified
How
it.
long would that take to get one thing done?
It doesn't matter. How long is it taking us right now to not get anything done?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm like, I understand this. I understand you guys really trying hard to build a system, and I just like I can't get behind it. I'm really sorry. As I don't really agree with a lot of things how they're run. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but sorry, Luisa. I learned the things before. How can you disagree with things that you don't understand? You said now, finally, you said something that was flowing. I'm still learning. Everything that you said is the only thing that I felt it was flowing. I'm still learning. You're still learning. Learn before saying that something is wrong. Saying something that is wrong is very strong.
I didn't say it's wrong. I said
you said this.
I didn't say it's wrong.
You said
I said the things that I've understood. There's a lot of things I need to learn for sure, but the things I've had experience of. For instance, it's not correct to say that it's the worker responsibility to, manage everything. Like it has to be a teamwork.
Whose responsibility
Is the management responsibility? Is the management responsibility? I got in.
That we could empower managers to control workers.
It's not to control. Now it's to create connection though. Like it's important to create connection. The near enemy of connection is control. The far enemy is disconnection. Right now, I feel like there's a lot of control, which is preventing, really for connection to happen. Yeah, I
control
just,
from you. You are controlling. You are controlling. Exactly. I agree.
I am.
You are controlling. You are controlling.
What am I controlling?
Days.
I'm controlling my time. Yes.
No, you're controlling you're trying to control your the perception that we have of you. You're trying to control the perception of you in a very.
Are you entitled to air all the opinions you have?
In a very.
Can I continue, Alberto?
Manipulative way.
Oh my God, that's very strong. That's a strong statement. But you're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah. So
okay, Alberto, let Jay continue.
The bottom line, what I'm hearing from you, Luisa, which you are empowered and supported to do whatever you want to do in this moment, and as the week goes forward, I'm hearing you're on the fence of potentially stepping out and not being involved. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So if you have any more clarity on that, or if you're just going to think about it more, if you're planning on coming to Wednesday, that would be helpful to know now. But otherwise, if you just want to communicate on Discord about it, you can too. But if your decision is decided, it's best just to let us know what's going on. Otherwise, just think about it. We can talk more about it on Wednesday or whatever. But that's everything else they're sitting here talking about does not matter. If you yourself are not committed to the process that we are committed to, no matter how long it takes, we're willing to sit here with you for 10, 20, 30 hours of time, if that's what it takes to change all our policies, build an entire new, like you're talking about, management and leadership system for the entire organization. That doesn't happen overnight. That typically takes dozens of hours to do something at that caliber, to transform the entire management and executive decision-making systems. And we're committed to doing that with you if you're serious about it, but I'm not hearing that you're serious about it. I'm hearing that you are interested in potentially.
I'm on the fence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm on the fence.
And that trumps everything else. There's nothing else to discuss about except for that.
Yeah, I think I have a major issue with Alberto, and I'm like, even if I want to stay, indeed, like I feel like it's not going to be very healthy. It's not going to be healthy at all.
Great.
So,
finally, say something that makes sense. You better think about it because I'm rolling you over. I'm rolling you over if this happens again.
So obviously lots and lots of problems. I feel like in some ways the contention increased during our session instead of reduced. Like under our policies, we would have to work and deal with all of it. I feel like there's just no question that from before, some of the contentions from before were a major issue, preventing work getting done in relationship to Alberto's involvement. I think, Alberto, you just have to acknowledge and accept that, like, you have prevented.
Jay, you are the one who apologized in the end. Oh, what are we talking about here? We're serious people here. Don't make us waste time. We already wasted enough time, Luisa.
Yeah. So I mean, I want to make it very clear that we are a cultural, open organization trying to solve the largest problems of humanity, and we invite people to the table as a public, open organization that are never going to be friends. They're never going to be, seen eye to eye. We will invite people from different sides of wars into our group because we are committed to solving problems. That it's so culturally related in the context that people can come into our organization who are so culturally anti each other. We have to figure out ways of dealing with that. That is the situation of our planet, is that our cultures are conflicted on such a high level that some cultures like to kill and pillage.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Some cultures like to kill and pillage the environment for personal gain, and other cultures are trying to do like literally the entire opposite and support everyone's personal need. How do you deal with? I mean, it's like water and oil. Like it's very. From what we're trying to do, we are a microcosm of cultures all across the world, and we're barely started. If we do just a tiny bit of outreach and actually move forward with our outreach and got like 10, 15 more people, there will be 10, 50 more cultures who don't interact very well together. It's very interacting multiculturally, and that's why I think we actually need more policies to address, especially the real-time sessions, because I think that Alberto, if we were doing a real-time session policies, he could potentially have 5 to 10 hours of policy tracking based on what's happened.
I would gladly do.
But it still needs to happen. It's not happening, and that's the problem I have. But either way, none of that matters in relation to you, Luisa. What matters is that you make a decision for yourself on what you want to do. I don't like the situation, but I'm committed to figuring out solutions. Alberto's committed to it.
I'm at war. I'm committed.
It's coming from.
I'm willing to sacrifice everything that I have, including my life, because this world is wrong. And I have transformed into a warrior of light. So there's no bullshit with me. Bullshit are at zero. I feel.
Okay, Alberto.
Hey, enough. Alberto vibes.
Yes.
10 hours of policy tracking here.
Okay.
Jay needs to apologize again.
I think it's fair that Luisa needs to sleep on it, give it honest reflection. And what Jay is saying is basically in any company, not everyone's going to get along. It's just the nature of human nature. You're going to like some people in a room, you're going to dislike some people in a room, and you're going to be neutral with some people.
Alberto, wait.
So it's okay to not have to collaborate. If you stay, Luisa, then you don't have to do buddy teams with Alberto. There's a definite other workers on the team. And then, but yeah, I mean, if you don't, then totally okay too. But like, we'll come to that in the next few days. You'll come to your own clarity. Yes. And we're here to support you and, add information or willing to change it. Yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure it's very clear. My expectation is that if you're on the team, it's whatever the team needs, right? So that's why we take contention so seriously and deal with conflict. Like there was a point where Mel and Alberto refused to even talk to each other.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes.
I was scared.
I didn't refuse to talk to Alberto. He was scared of me. Yes.
Okay. Well, Alberto was refusing to communicate with Mel, but the team needed them to work together because they were both assigned doing things that overlap. So basically, as a team, we have to function. That is the priority. And if someone doesn't want to function in the team and does not want to go through the contentious process, then that is a problem. But we need policies that work for everybody, including our real-time sessions, to make sure that there aren't just endless outbursts in problems. And if we want to, we can ask Alberto to leave again. I have no problem asking Alberto to leave again if we need to just finish up in a calm environment without raising voices. But either way, I think we can just check out and move on. Like, I obviously would love to hear what Luisa's interest is, but it's hard to move forward if Luisa's on the fence. We would want to wait for Luisa to either commit
I'm
or
leaving.
not,
I'm leaving.
right?
Just Jay, let me know if we're gonna have the sim session.
A what session?
We said we were gonna have Andromeda H2, which was 2 hours ago.
Oh yeah. Seriously. So shall we go? Joyce, what do you think? Should we go into our checkouts? I mean, the only thing I'm going to be doing is going through all of the notes, our 700 lines of notes, and just pulling out all of the next steps. But obviously, the next steps will be completely different based on Luisa's individual decision making.
Yeah, we should check out because we still have to work on to get off half-paced stuff.
Yeah, I'm ready to get to it for sure.
Yes. So I thought it was a good session.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gave more clarity. It was very long, five hours, but let's see in the coming days, what happens. Yeah, as you can see, Luisa and Jay, Joyce, who are still in the call, like it worked out with Alberto. I mean, we're pretty much, neutral right now. So I don't know how things are gonna transform, for you, Luisa, and same with you, Jay. I give the session a 5. Check, yeah. Because it was too long, missed breaks and such. Yeah.
Okay, who's next? System checking out. Jay?
I can go next. Yeah. I give the session a 5. I mean, we didn't do any breaks. We didn't really follow our policies. And again, we need the real-time policy tracking. I want to prioritize that.
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
I think part of the reason we're here at all is because we did do a couple stretches, we did a couple breathings, so the rhythm works even though we didn't take the breaks. But we're not perfect. We're not, particularly good even, and we're not saying that we have solutions to the world's problems, but we're committed to trying to figure something out. So, this was definitely a lackluster ending in my opinion. I mean, I'm definitely interested in understanding where this is going to go and getting more feedback from Luisa, and I'm totally committed to going through any issues and problems. I feel like overall, you're assigned, you're paid to do the responsibilities. You can work on budget, payroll, taxes. You can work on sponsorship and the dozens of responsibilities under sponsorship. You can work on the eval position you've been assigned to. All of those things are very important, and then you can work on anything else that you want, including the management and all the systems and all of the, reworking of our entire model, but you're not paid to do that. So if you want to spend time evolving the entire management models of everything, even if it takes 100 hours, I don't care how long it takes. If it takes, a year, I'm completely committed to doing that, but it's not what you're paid to do. You're paid to do the work that you've been assigned. And you can also do anything else that you want, including transforming the entire organization and even forking the entire thing off and creating a new branch that is totally has its own policies. Right? But that's just simply not necessarily your primary paid work that you're assigned to do. So you just need to do both, right? And that's obviously what all of us do. We're all involved in the work that we're assigned to do, and the actual client work and the actual mundane. I mean, sitting there doing payroll for hours and hours and hours, it sucks. No one likes doing payroll, but someone has to do it. Someone has to do the boring work. And that's why we pay people to do the boring work that no one else wants to do. So other than that, in terms of like the laundry list of all the things that came up during the session, I feel like the most important are the real-time policies proposals, real-time policy proposals, and how
Stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And then also, I think by definition, if Luisa leaves, then, Hydra is automatically canceled. Because so that would make that particular proposal inapplicable. And if Luisa wants to stay around, then you should just do the policy tracking, which I think this is the 25th time I've asked you to do it, and you still haven't done it. So I think that's pretty much it. Check.
Okay, Joyce.
Okay, who's next?
Luisa. Yeah. Oh, I don't. Is Luisa still there?
Okay. Okay. Who's next? Luisa, do you want to check out?
I don't know if Luisa's still here. I think it's just you, Joyce.
It's me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, her
So
phone may
Luisa's
have
not here
died.
anymore.
I don't know.
Alberto's not here either?
No, Alberto left. Yeah.
Wow.
Alberto also? Okay. Okay, I'll check out. Okay, I'll give this session a 4. So exhausting. Anyway, so exhausting, but glad to hear. Really glad to hear. Really, Luisa's side of the situation. I guess there's no really perfect company or organization, but there will always be conflicts. There will always be hurtful moments, but it will pass. All pass, right? The happy moments pass. The sad moments pass. So, how many times were I was already ano? How many times were I already been like scolded or something? But it just passed, right? So it happens. It happens. So just accept if you have done wrong and change yourself or improve yourself. So it's just like that. I don't know. So maybe it's just a matter of like being versatile, maybe versatile or flexible. Or, I don't know. But yeah, happy, exhausting session. But I'm glad that we were able to clear things out. And I hope Luisa will have a clear decision um, in the next few days. So we can move
Time to
on how we can work with her.
stand up
Okay,
and
check.
move around for 30 seconds.
Okay, Jay. So we'd be working on the to get off half pay stop. So yeah. So Jay, are you still okay for our session?
I mean, obviously not right now, but we can schedule for later. Maybe. I mean, I just need a break. I mean, we've been going for
Yes, of course, yeah.
5 hours. We did 5 hours.
Yeah, it's been like 5.
Yeah, 5 hours.
I mean, I would say this is the worst contentious situation we've ever had in terms of actually trying to solve anything. But I mean, that's just it is what it is. Like if people aren't committed to the process and committed to actually finding solutions, then people can walk away. That's their right. No one's required to be here. It's completely voluntary. It's unfortunate. But I certainly don't want to put any pressure on Luisa to do something that she does not want to do.
I think her issue also is Alberto. One of the issues, maybe.
Well, obviously, one of the issues is Alberta for sure. So the question is, how are we going to address that? I think we need better real-time session policies. We
But
have
anyway, everybody had had an issue with Alberto one way or another, but we get over it. Right?
well, no, we all have an active issue with Alberto right now.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, this was a disastrous session. But I mean, I feel like Alberto's perspective is perfectly valid. He was extremely upset, and he had very specific reasons why he upset that he very clearly stated. He didn't state them well. He got angry, he got upset, he yelled, he raised his voice. We had to tell him to leave multiple times, right? But he made it very clear why he was upset. He was upset, in my perspective, because, Luisa chose under herself to make decisions for her own personal interests, regardless of what the team needed or wanted, or regardless of what, the leadership needed or wanted.
Time to pause.
But she has that ability and power to do that.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So she made those decisions on her own, which is perfectly fine. She didn't exactly take responsibility for her decisions. I don't know why she's so against doing the policy tracking, but whatever, she didn't do it. And she's still not doing it, even after asking what is the 26th time. So it's just like, it is what it is. But obviously, Mel saw that with her and Alberto, like, it just escalates and escalates. When people, like, they have to make it very clear that technically Luisa has broken the policy of policy tracking like 25 times. Like, nobody should have to ask anyone to do something twice, if not 3 times, let alone 20, 25 times. And the idea that Alberto wouldn't be upset about that would be jaw-dropping for me. Like, obviously that's going to push Alberto's butt. And then also, like, the whole start of it where, like, Luisa didn't want to talk for like almost an hour or even more, hour and a half. She didn't say anything. She only presented information that I personally believe is not, we can't legally present on YouTube. I don't think we have the right to have all this information presented on YouTube. I mean, it says in the copyrights that you can't present this information publicly without approval from, it could be used personally, but as an organization, I don't think we can use this. I don't know, I might be wrong, but it's certainly worthwhile to consider the fact that they have very, very clear terms of service, with, it says like, this content may not be copied, reproduced, republished, uploaded, posted, or publicly displayed. Any public display of this content is against their terms of service. We just broadcasted this content on YouTube. How is that not a public display? And I still can't find the link. So I don't know what a deep link is, but I still can't find the link on their website. Because I was asking for the context. I would like the context of this information in relationship to how it's supposed to be used. And I can't find it because I can't find where this link is on the website. Oh, look, Lisa came back.
Who? Oh, Luisa.
Did you want to check out, Lisa?
Yes. Sorry, my internet died. Ready to, okay, yeah, check. So, I wasn't really happy about this session, to be honest. I feel like I wasn't really heard. I was attacked, interrupted several times.
Please stop and get ready.
Yeah, maybe like 1 or 2. What's the lowest score you can give?
1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together.
Maybe 2.
2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
What's your number?
2.
2.
So I feel like if you do decide to do a session in the future, my personal recommendation would be to have a professional facilitator. based on the current experience. So I don't think Kay has much professional experience with facilitation. So if someone else wanted to do it as professional experience, if you're not comfortable with me doing it, then let's find an outside facilitator. We are committed to paying for outside facilitation under our policies. But for me, the fact that this is escalated, the fact that you're considering just leaving, makes me feel that one, the session was a failure, obviously. But the session began by saying you absolutely did not want the most professional facilitator to be facilitating the session, and so I didn't facilitate it. Tay did, and other people did. I think that may have affected it. I don't know, but either way, if we are serious about moving this forward, I think that we should not have an inexperienced facilitator, and that we should have a professional facilitator. And if you do not want me facilitating, then we should get an external outside facilitator, even if you have to pay like $100 or $500 for it. I mean, I think it's worth it. Like, that's where we're committed to the process, But again, you need to decide for yourself if you even want to continue the process, or because that's your underfence. Yeah, check.
No, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna jump off. I'm glad you came back to check out, Luisa.
No worries.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye, Joyce.
Thank you.
Talk to you later, Jay.
Goodbye.
Jay?
Yeah, what's up?
Sonic? Sonic, okay with you?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, let's just check in on Discord. I just need at least an hour or 2 hours to just kind of unwind, get some food I haven't eaten, and then we'll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Sonic 2 or 3.
It's such a small amount of work for the bills. I mean, it took us forever, but we're doing such a good job on the bills. Like, the bills are going to be more organized than ever. It's just great, but it takes time to get them organized and in a state where it's really easy for them.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So maybe Sonic is good for you.
Yeah, let's just check in on Discord. I'm committed to getting off half pay stop. It shouldn't take longer than half hour, and so we're almost done.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, so how long do you think you want to rest first?
I think I need a minimum of an hour and a half, and then I will let you know as soon as I have information. So if I go and I check in with my family, are like, oh, we need to do this, this, and this, and like I just don't have time anymore, then it's like, I'll tell you immediately if I can't do it. But if they're like, oh yeah, in like an hour, 2 hours, I'll let you know. Okay.
Sonic 1, I'll put in the Discord for Sonic 1. Propose. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
Tell me how long until that time. And I just kind of need to coordinate. I need to coordinate dinner and just take care of myself, eating all that. All right. Good work, Joyce. And man, what a session! Oh my God, that was just super intense. I was not expecting it to be so bad. I mean, I just definitely was not expecting that, but I'm not surprised by it because I'm just a little surprised that just the way that Luisa is going about this. I mean, and she can, bring up all these issues and all this stuff. It's like, I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird when someone is like, oh, we're on half pay stop and I don't care at all about the work of the team that we spent, I don't know how many dozens of hours getting agreement on all of these pay stops because the work is that important. And she just doesn't care. She doesn't want to work on any of the work that the team has assigned, and instead she wants to work on something else. And I think she's upset about that, as the foundational point. So it's a really hard place to start from. And then she's bringing up these very, very big transformative issues of changing our entire management structure and the entire organization systems, which I love. I absolutely love that. I think it's great to bring all that up, but that's going to take time.
Yes.
To completely rework all our entire management. But I think in the end that we got very, very clear on that. Let me make sure that's clear in the wrap up. A complete rework of our entire management and leadership structures. Yeah. And even if she does not want to continue, I still think that we probably want to do a complete rework anyways, and kind of do a full evaluation assessment of our management and leadership, for the organization.
Mhm. Yes. Maybe something really does as issue, or we don't know.
Yeah.
You should assess. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other question that I was going to bring up, but that basically.
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
The other question I was going to bring up, but didn't really get a chance, was basically the idea of good cause group. I mean, we are not a large organization. This is a tiny little vision, barely held together with a few $1,000s a month that I've been working on as basically a hobby, a pet project. And if you compare this to like Good Cause Group, it's like Good Cause Group is like, who controls the policies of Good Cause Group? Obviously, Mel. Right? Would Luisa go and tell Mel that oh, everything needs to be changed, everything else, and I'm not going to follow the policies, I'm not going to do the policy tracking? I'm going to check right now. Did you do policy tracking? Work order policy tracking?
I don't know. Not yet.
Nothing. I mean, it's mind blowing. And I mean, if she's against the policy, let's discuss it. It's like you scheduled for the session, you didn't show up at it, you don't want to do the session, you cancel it for any reason you want to. You just say, I don't want to do the session, I'm not going to show up at the session. We don't even care why you don't want to show up at the session. You don't have to explain at all. But to not cancel and say okay, I'm not showing up at the session because I don't want to work, I don't get it.
I think she did not do yet because she's still contemplating her thoughts if she's gonna continue or not.
Obviously,
So
that is true.
yeah.
But if she didn't break any policies, then I need to do policy tracking, because if it's not a policy, then I'm giving incorrect information. But it's just, I think Mamun should be doing major policy tracking as well for not showing up at his agreed upon time. Anyways,
Yeah, but Mamun even responded on time in my post.
Oh, that he was
Said
supposed to be here today. Yes, so he definitely
Yes.
gets policy tracking multiple times, and he should be getting policy tracking for not doing policy tracking. So it's just something else. And it's funny because it's like Luisa's position, in the position that she's hired to do as the eval coordinator, she's actually the one who's supposed to be making sure that the policies tracking happens and that we're following up on the 24-hour policy. She's the eval coordinator. So if she's totally against principles of the actual work that she's assigned to do, that doesn't make a lot of sense either.
She cannot be in that position if
She
doesn't know.
Position. Yes. So we should probably reconsider that. Yes. Cool. All right. Good. I will talk to you later.
Okay, Jay. I will talk on Discord. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Ciao. Remember to stop the recording.
Yes.
You can get it all linked. Yeah.
Okay.
Good work.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.